Okay. To the baseline. What you drawing? I'm doing a quick sketch for something. Hold on. I'm doing a male. Okay, let's do that. Let's get that right. The shoulder's about here. 3/4 this way. Make the head turn like that. Okay, put the ears about here. I believe the ears will be there, but a little bit higher up. We're gonna bring that ear up about here. Okay, like that. I can't even draw a tree. You just gotta practice. Okay. Like that. I think that'll be good enough. And then we'll do the other half. Okay. Maybe I didn't. To a baseline. Okay. Let me think. Okay. Okay. Oh, what is that reading out? Oh, it's not reading out. There we go. Hold on. Okay. Music's too loud. I hope it's not too loud. Okay, damn, you're good. So no. Actually, hello. Hello. Okay, why is it not reading in my ear? Oh, that's why. Okay, no one, I can't hear you guys. Hold on. It's going to the wrong place. There we go. Fixed it. Now I can hear you guys. Sorry about that. Hello. I think. I don't think so. I am doing a quick sketch for something I have planned for. Actually, no, that's not going to make sense. Oh, I got that. Come on. Why is it not reading your stuff? What the fuck? Hold on. Just kind of making me mad now. Hey, Gabriella. No, Gabriel. It's hey, Gabriel. Gabriel Castro. Okay, there we go. Headset. Hold on. 1 second. I'm trying to figure this out. Free thing. That's why. Okay. Hello. Hey, Tobias. Hello. Hello. I hate go, sorry. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, later, I guess. I think. That's a bye, I'm not sure. Hello, Dan, what's going on? Okay, like that. Hello. Hello. How does it? That's all I do. Yes. I'm gonna put it over here, by here. Oh, it's gonna be more lower down. Like that. And then I'm doing well. Hey, bro, what's going on, bro? I hope you're having an awesome day. My great stuff. What brings you to the stream? Oh, not you, but like, what brings everyone to the stream? Because you're my mod, so no one will. Let's see the question we'd ask you that. Like that. You know what? That's cool. No, you gotta request that. You gotta buy that. I don't do free requests. That's cool. And I'll be 6 feet under, then be lonely. Okay, let's grab that. Trying to figure out what the weight is too long. Hand about here. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hey, what's going on, Lavender? You're dyeing your hair? How come? And what color? Like that. The leg here needs to be more extended or something. Pull this up more. Okay. And then kind of like a hello. How goes it? Okay. Okay. Now, let's see. Okay, we got two. I'll do one more pose and see which one will be great for the composition. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this one down for now. Right there. Okay. Hey, M&M's, what's going on, hon? Let me see. Ooh, okay. I'm doing... Monday left, huh? That's good. Have big plans for this after you get out of school, or you just gotta relax? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, you said you got a new job. I forgot. Yeah, you did mention that. Sorry about that. Yeah. You excited or not really? I mean, it's money, right? Yeah. You're not wrong. Yeah. It is money, so. You gonna be making a lot of content this year? Or while you're on summer break? Or not really? Okay. Or you can combine both. You can post videos of you doing artwork and stuff. That's a possibility. Can always do that. You know, that's the thing. That's a lot of people say things like that. But you'd be surprised a lot of people will support you while you're starting. Or so. Oh, sorry if you are a guy or girl. I don't know. You ate. I'm a dude, bro. What the fuck? We live in a very weird time. Okay, let's see. Okay. Gotcha. No problem. Okay, get this right here. Okay, turn this. Ah, fuck. We can put it about there. Alright, so the composition. So if I grab this. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I do. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. You too, bro. Also, because the people at my school. Wait, I'm not that kind of in my work yet. Also, because of the people at my school. Well, they bully you or some shit. Is that what that is? They bully you? Or I don't know. They're assholes. Is that what that is? You too. Have a great day, bro. Hello. What's going on? Okay. Oh, those are failures. That's failure talk. I only have failure talks like that. Most of those kids have that failure mentality. I don't know if it's like a Gen Z thing, but like it's a failure mentality. If they tell you, like, if you're bad at something, you should just stop. I'm like, bro, no one's good at something at the first try. But that's the problem. A lot of them believe that if you try something for the very first time and it's not 110%, therefore it's bad, so you should never try again. It's a fucking lie. Only failures talk like that. And for a fact, because I fail at this all the time. And I kept getting at it to the point I can do it pretty fast. Only a failure talks like that. I don't like failures. I like triers, I don't like failures. They're losers. I hope you don't have friends like that, because if you have friends like that, they'll discourage the shit out of you. You should get away from them very fast. Only losers talk like that. Let me see here. Hands is like this. Okay, the shoulders about here. The hands about here. I want it more curve here. More. Let me see. Yeah, I like Okay, that's good. That's good fun to have. No? Does it look like a woman? Does that look like a woman to you? Are you looking for this? Is that what you're looking for? We live in a very horrible time where kids don't even know the difference between body types. This is horrible. But then again, we live in a time that people don't know what a woman is, so like, it kind of makes sense. Awkward don't mean the thing. I know it won't be size. I thought, well, at first I thought I realized you were busy with the torso. No, woman. Okay, so we gotta fish this arm a little bit. Based on the perspective, I'm gonna push the hand back a little bit. It's a little too extended. I mean the arm. Yeah, I like that. And then we're gonna make the hand bigger, because it's the closest thing to the camera, so we're gonna make it even more bigger to make it more exaggerated. Like that. Oh, what's going on? This hand's too. That's it. Okay. Now, the hand here is too big. We have to make it small. We give it more of an exaggerated look. So we're going to. Thank you. It's I'm a professional. That's what I do. So we're gonna grab this. Oh, sorry. We're gonna grab this. Make this a little bit more bigger, because we need to indicate that the hand in the far distance is smaller than it's supposed to be. So we gotta make that make sense. Alright, so we're gonna make it smaller. It makes it more exaggerated. Sorry, Jolly Rancher, sorry. If it's not like I'm eating something, I have gyro rushers. Thank you. The back here, I need to make this a little bit more. No, it's a project I'm working on. It's not my OC. Actually, I want to delete this lower half and make it more exaggerated. This is fine, but I want to exaggerate this. So I'm going to move the body a little bit more here. Okay, I like that because the character is very skinny, so I want to emphasize that skinniness. Okay, like that. And then we're gonna push it down like this. There we go. I think that's fine. It's a little exaggerated and a little too elongated, but it's fine. It makes it look cool. I'll put style over accuracy. Now, as we put him here, I'm gonna push him about here. So we have him like this. Now, that's good. Okay. Alright, now I gotta get the model. Let me see. I'm gonna type in. Okay, character sheet. Character sheet. Ah, that's what he looks like. Okay, good. Okay, that's a lot of shit. I hate when a character has a bunch of shit on them. But it is what it is. We'll make it work. Okay, so we'll start small. So we're gonna take all this away. I'm gonna go to the first ones that we just did earlier. I'm gonna do this one first, and then we'll figure it out as we go. Okay. The way you said that makes me laugh. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna grab this one. We'll start with him first. Let's move this out of the way real quick. Don't really need that. Oh wait, no, fuck. You gotta become a student. Become a student, then I'll teach you. Okay, that's good. Up there. Put that. Get rid of that. Okay, hold on. Wait, oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Okay, I did that different. Okay. Okay. And then slap these together. And then merge, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Good. Okay, now we got the big head, dude. We got the head shot. Make that right. So we're gonna turn this down. We gotta move fast as possible because we're supposed to do some animation today. So look out for that. We're gonna be doing some animation today. We're gonna learn to do animation. But right now, we're doing this. I gotta do this illustration. So, let's see. So the hair, so the curve. Okay, so we curved. Actually, this I'll do. Okay, so the face, I'm gonna make some changes as I go. Does the character have a lot of detail or clothes? Yes. I'm struggling with the pose. If you're struggling with the pose, that probably means you're struggling with the gesture. So what you need to do is learn the line of action. I will look at some references on throwing and learn the line of action. That's what I would do. Okay. You wish it was Bakugo. Make sure I get this right. Who doesn't? Hello. Hey, what's up, Bourbon? What's going on, bro? Let's go. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you, Emmy. You should be proud of yourself. I'm proud of you. Great job, hon. Keep up the good work with your new job and stuff. Special endeavors will come to you if you keep out of trouble and work hard. Why do they do this? Why do they come in here talking their native tongue knowing no one can't answer it? Okay, let's see here. Here's the music in my ear. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up? I don't see the point of coming and talking like that when another person on the street is not gonna talk like that. It just makes no sense. Okay, like that. The neck is like that, so we gotta make sure that this is somebody else. Oh, yes. Anybody else? And shit. Shit, no. The chin. Artextric? Okay. Alright, so we're gonna push this down. Artextric. The fuck? Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's see. That. Okay. Let's see here. That. Every time I hear a hoof tag outside, I think of why. How do you get that? How do you get that idea? What gave you that idea? Yeah. No, I know what YN is, but like, why is it a dance? Is it like a specific dance because of the whole like Attack on Titan dance thing? Yeah, you got it right. Bye. Yeah, you also use no. I don't use Blender. I've never used Blender before. I know I technically should, but I don't. I think the eyes are a little too. Now people make one. And that's just like a term. That's a term, right? If that is like a term, I know the term, but like, isn't that just a term? No, I never said that. You guys just made that up in your head, Ken. I never said I was drawing no Bakugo. You guys gotta jump off my hero. You guys gotta jump off my hero. Like, damn. No one jumps off the mainstream shit. Get off the mainstream shit. Like, damn. There are way better anime than just the mainstream shit you guys watch all damn day. I never said I was drawing this man. You guys just assume I was drawing them. I never said a damn thing. Get off the mainstream shit. Oh, then again, I can't even say this is not mainstream because it's about to be mainstream very soon within a month. So therefore, I guess this is mainstream before it's mainstream. Me and Brian knew about this character. Right? Eureka 7, right? I mean, Erica. Yeah, that's good, bro. People just don't want to jump off the mainstream. That's the problem why I don't do fan arts, because when you do fan arts, people just expect you to draw the same fuckboys all damn day. So that's what they always expect them. They always think I'm gonna draw Goku or Bakugo or what do you call it? Gojo. Oh god, people gotta get off Gojo. It's the two people that gets hopped on the constant when I'm drawing is if the male is always Gojo or Goku. One of those two. Like Jesus Christ, it just never ends. Like y'all gotta get off these people's jock. Like read some anime, read some other anime. Or people just. Hello. Hopefully, if Gashikuda does well, it might be one of the characters from Gashikuda, maybe the main character for all I know. For some reason, I think I like one of the characters from Gashikuda more than probably the main character. Ironically, the dude I'm drawing, people say he's a lot like Bakugo. So, I don't know. Nope, it's a fan art. Let's see. Let's see if Bryce said. He's like Bakugo? Yeah, I can, yeah. I knew Rudo was gonna be a lot like Bakugo. I had that feeling. A lot of people they said mini Bakugo. I'm trying Rudo. Happy song. No. The hair is going to be such a pain in the ass to deal with. I gotta get this right. Oh, and to answer your question, right now, if I say favorite character, probably Archer from Fate Stay Night. I'm enjoying Rudo. Yep, because you guys are too stuck on the mainstream stuff. Jump off the mainstream stuff. If you guys are having a hard time finding that out, go on YouTube and type in manga recommendations. You'll find a bunch of that. Clip Studio Paint. No. You have to pay. Clip Studio Paint. Okay. Yep, so it's not free technically. When people ask this question, is it free? They're talking about permanently free. They're not talking about like a 30-day trial type thing. In most cases. I told you, Bri, I was going to get around to this before this show comes out next month. I'm going to go all out on this. I'm so excited for this anime to come out. Yeah. We're going to get this. Yep. No, I just used the default shit. No, people make Wayne look weird, and actually, I'm gonna look that up later. I feel like there's more to what you're telling me here, Eamon. I'm gonna look that up in a little bit. Steady years. Ah, shit. Okay, here we go. Okay, turn that down. Turn this down now. I don't remember, but I think for me it was probably 4 hours, if I remember. Fuck. Let's see here. Hold on. I'm making that too. Okay. Hold on. I did a drawing of, what's the name? Felicia from Marvel vs. Capcom way back when. I forgot how long it took, but it took a good while for me to make it. And it came out pretty good because I didn't know what I was actually doing color-wise, but it came out a lot better than I ever thought it would ever come out, so. And I think my second one is the one I did of Adele from Dragon Ball. Oh, my neck. No, I didn't really put the effort to know that. I'm pretty sure it just makes it easier to see the lines one way or another, or indicate what's happening. I didn't really put the effort to know what that was. I'm pretty sure it has a significance, or it probably doesn't. Let me see here. Okay, the chin, I think, is a little too curved, so we're gonna pull out the chin and fix that. Okay. I guess that's one way to learn. That's one way. File Monday. Carrot. Yes, a tripod. You can buy it on Amazon for like, everything's in my link tree. You can go get that. It's literally in the descriptions. Everything you need to start is literally in my link tree. Okay. One thing I love about Fire Force, Soul Eater and Gachakuda is that eye design is the biggest thing. This is the heart way to the soul body. The eye design is always superb. I got Final Monday. Final Monday. Hello. Probably go with like that always gets funny. Oh my god. Bro spazzing the fuck out. Oh my god, that never gets gets old. Jesus Christ. That should be funny as fuck. Oh my god. I found an old sketchbook from 2020 and stuff that 2020. Oh, that's funny you can say. Old sketchbook 2020. I'm not gonna lie. He look like he's passing the fuck out. I'm tripping balls. I'm tripping hard balls. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay, we can make this work. We can make this work though. Okay. That shit funny. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Hey, Violet, what's going on, hun? How you been? It's been a while since I've seen you. Have you been practicing on your Demon Slayer stuff? What's going on, Violet? It's been a long time. I think it was Demon Slayer that you was working on last time I remember. You shared. Oh, shit, I'm not supposed to seal that eye. You had an art stream? Let's go. How'd it go? Let's go. What makes a good readable sketch is one that knows their gestures. I stress this way too much, where a lot of beginners do not focus on their gestures, they focus on anatomy. And anatomy is important, don't get me wrong, it's like one of the most important things, but it's not the most utmost important things. I think the most important thing to learn is your gestures first, because if you can draw something accurate as hell, but if it looks like a robot, which it will end up looking like a robot with no form of like flow, therefore it's gonna look boring. Okay. I hear you. But hold on a second. Oh, you was mute the entire. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that sucks. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, because I did a side view song Jinwoo. I think that's from the song Jinwoo. I think that's from Soul Leveling. Let me see. Art project. While back it took me an hour just to look at a rough sketch. Yeah, you should your sketch should be loose. Allow you try to draw the sketch as if it's supposed to be accurate on the first time. It has to be loose as hell. The looseness gives it its life, not the details. Let's go. And today we're going to be working on a PNG PNG tuber today. I have a transformer commission I have to finish. Well, there is the Discord. You can always show it in Discord to the others in the art section if you want to do that, but you want to show it to everyone. Okay, I think the eyes, there's too much of this eye here. Here, grab this. I think I pushed this. You know what? Fuck it. Leave it alone for now. We'll come back to it in a second. We can always make whatever changes we can. The nose is a little too. Gotta fix this. Pretty good. How about yours? No problem. In the art section, art room, artwork. It's in that one. It's in the section art room, and then you put in artwork. Okay. Never had that problem. You know, I had that problem when I stepped on it. That's the only time I knew I needed a new stylus. I never ran out of my stylus before. I just stepped on the fucker. That's my problem. Sadly. No, actually, I just walked on it from. It was in the dark. My stupid ass got up, was getting ready to go stream, and then I just stepped on this fuck, and I was like, ah, great. And I had to cancel the stream. That was a little before I started doing. No, that was a lot more. A lot. That was a bigger time before I started streaming traditionally. It's like, fuck. I was so pissed. I had to make an announcement about it too. It felt so, like, stupid. Okay, put it like that. Wait, why the... Wait, that's so weird. No, it surpasses the ear. How come it's neck? The neck is left here. Now that doesn't feel right. It should be about here. Let's say. And then... Sorry, I don't do that unless you're a student. The reason I do that is because when I do that, people get pissed off and get a big attitude and telling them the truth. So if I'm gonna tell them the truth, you better pay for the truth so you're paying attention. I used to do that before, and I must have that pissed off people half the time. So I said, you know what? If I'm gonna get yelled at, I'm gonna get paid for doing it. Makes no sense getting yelled at for no reason, and then get accused of what's the left say? Call it gatekeeping. That's the one thing the left like to say. You like to gatekeep all fucking day. Yep. They're not crazy. I'm not gonna get yelled at and be accused of being evil towards you because I'm trying to make you like a smaller artist or trying to hold you down or whatever the fuck victimhood response they have to you know build up in their head canon. So if I'm gonna get yelled at, might as well you pay, and if you pay, and you're gonna pay attention, and your ears gonna perk up. Your emotions won't. Your emotions still might get a little tad hurt or annoyed or whatever the case may be, but you'll pay attention more to what I'm saying than just worrying about, oh, he's trying to stop me from growing. Oh my god, he's trying to gatekeep me. These bigger artists, they're always trying to look out for themselves. Yuck. You know what I'm saying? That shit's annoying. Yes, because I wasn't a small artist myself and wanted to know information as well. Because I'm just making a lot of money just messing with you. Yeah, that makes sense. So. Another day and you have yourself again. You know, I think of it now, Bri. I believe a lot of young people nowadays don't like the grittiness like Fire Force and Gacha Kuda. I think they like mainly My Hero with a lot of bright colors and stuff like that. I don't think they like the grungy look. I think it more and more because given how Fire Force is constructed and how it looks, it's a lot more grungier, more grittier, more darker colors. It's not like very bright compared to like like moody wise. Like it's really dark and moody compared to like My Hero. My Hero's really bright and colorful and happy-go-lucky colors. So like I think that's where most of that mood comes from. I don't think they care about it because I kind of noticed this. Because I noticed there's not a high fan base, like rabid fan base for like Fire Force compared to like My Hero. Like My Hero focuses on like the orientational aspect of most characters from the young people, but they don't really focus on like the grittiness or the what do you call it, the religious aspects of hypocriticalness that's happening in that show. Which is funny because most of the young people are pretty anti-religion anyway. So like, it's kind of funny how a show like that does not really resonate with young people. But I guess that's more like a millennial thing than it is for a Gen Z thing. It's kind of funny. Like, hey, well, Rick, and even if they have good animation or in case may be, that's not even the case. Because there's a lot of good fight scenes and what do you call it, Fire Force, but it's not really all that focused on at all. Fire Force ever comes up, if ever really, and like debates or topics in the slightest. So it's kind of funny. No, but one that I see people starting to stray away from are animes like Asian and Tokyo Ghoul, which, well, I can see why young people are kind of like straying away from Hunter x Hunter, because it doesn't really focuses on particular social aspects of like what's going on in life. Unlike My Hero, they kind of bring up certain things like social things that happens in the real world. But in Hunter x Hunter, that's little to no existent. Because if you watch a bunch of like My Hero Academia fans, especially the ones that are very young, they always focus on the orientation of the individual. They don't really focus all that much. They'll still focus on the lore and the character, but in most cases they always push the idea of like their orientation and why they're like that. So yeah, I kind of noticed that. Which is I think that cheapens the character almost like instantly, to a degree. Because like, there's a lot more to characters than their stupid orientation. Like, they have a bunch of like traumas, issues, abilities, human aspects about them, but we live in a time where young people are very exposed to everything these days now. So it's like, it's hard to put a cap on that at all. Once you open Pandora's box, it's kind of, that shit's, you can't close that shit back. I'm talking about the aspects of why a lot of people or young people don't really talk about shows like Fire Force or like Soul Eater or anything like that, because it doesn't focus on social aspects of like what goes on in real life. They talk about just what's going on in the aspects of their world. So like something like Hunter x Hunter will most likely be dropped from young people compared to like a Tokyo Ghoul. And to be honest with you, Tokyo Ghoul is just shock value in most cases. It's built for mostly shock value using social aspects. And edginess. but it is crafted in a way that it seems very digestible. At least the Japanese are really good at doing the show but not tell type thing. We Americans can't do that anymore. We have a real problem with that. We have to bluntly tell you what's going on. This happens in a lot of movies and cartoons. Cartoons, movies, and dramas are scripted shows. Actually, I'm gonna make that different. Hello. How close do you think I'm getting with this, Bri? You think I'm close? Does it look like Rudo? Shit. Don't think that looks good. Can we see here? Push. Oh wait, hold up. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the rose. Sorry. God, animating this must be a piece of shit. Like, oh my god, I can just imagine animating this every time. Must be a pain in the ass drawing this every fucking time. Ugh. Okay. 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 Gotta make sense of the hair and where it's going. I think we grab this piece and then curve it like this. The annoying part is that the hair is not actually pointy. It's not actually sharp. That's the crazy part. It's actually rounded. It's not actually pointy at all. Which is not hard to keep consistent, but it's just a pain. The hair is going like flat. Gonna overlap this. Oh, having another, just in case I don't have to worry about that. Who? TPN. Gotten faster. Ooh, TPN. Why is that such a blank in my head? God, that's right. Pain in the ass. Okay, so there's a curve here. Oh god, this is the one thing about Rudo. He has like a Sora-esque like hair, but it's like it means like feathers. They look like feathers. They're like trying to get this right. It's like almost drawing like Midoriya's hair. It's like a mix between like Midoriya and like Sora's hair from Kingdom Hearts. I feel right now. In the holy grail, all those things that don't last me. Okay. Drawing this dude's hair is fucking annoying, yo. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not like it's hard, it's just a lot. What makes it annoying is tedious as fuck. Drawing this would be a pain in the ass. I'm hoping it's gonna be this anime that I'm working on, but like right now I would say Fate Stay Night. Or Gurren Lagann. Or probably Mob Psycho. Or maybe Soul Eater. Or Fire Force. Can't choose, to be honest. As you can tell. What is yours? What is yours, Emma? For real? Okay, you got me, bro. No, you got me. Ah, you got me. Okay, I get you. I gotta go watch that later. The chin here, I mean the jawline here, is kind of weird, so we're gonna put that. Fire Force. Okay, now the hair, this is where the problem comes in with the hair. I think the ears, okay, we can erase the ear part. Silent voice. Oh, you mean the talking voice? The TTS? Okay, the ear, the hair needs to... Oh, wait, the anime. He's talking about the TTS. Actually, I don't know if you guys can hear that. Hold on. Is the music too loud? I feel like it is. Sorry if that was too loud, guys. Sorry, we scared the bejesus out of you. I have to switch in and out on that. Yeah, I don't know if it's too loud. It feels like it's too loud. Probably scaring people out of this room. Yes. Finally, someone who knows Gacha Kudo, thank God. They know ball. Okay. Yeah, I just put it up really loud because I had to switch out of the... I had to switch out of the section and come back. I hope it doesn't get the T-bait treatment. And by T-bait, enlighten me what that means. We're getting up to the end. Proper anime, manhwa that got a terrible anime. Oh, okay. Oh, let's hope. Okay, I get what you're saying. So, like, let's hope it doesn't end up that way. I'm just hoping that the fight scenes and everything holds up, and plus not only that, I hope the music's on par. The music seems pretty good in the trailer. I think that in the trailer, it had a good open. I think that was the main opening for the trailer for the anime. So I'm hoping that it stays on par on what sounds like. It sounds epic. So let's hope. Let's hope. I'm just hoping a lot of people jump off fucking MHA after a while. Like, don't get me wrong, I love MHA, but like that's all people are on. They will not jump off anything but MHA or Jujutsu Kaisen. Really? Oh, so you seriously just got into anime pretty recently then? Even though, wait, that the Silent Voice came out what in 2018? Ah, so Animator was your legit first anime you started watching, but the movie that you watched, A Silent Voice, was something pretty much earlier. So you recently just got into anime. Hello. That's crazy. I didn't expect you to. Why? Why is it all of a sudden you're in anime now? Is there a reason? I'm just curious to know. A lot of people have their own reasons why they got into anime. Okay, that's good enough. Hey, sometimes the appeal of something is usually based on how it looks. Sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. So, I guess that's valid. For me, it's either story. It's first. It's the overall story, then the look. Because it's a horrible thing to have a great art style and then the story's ass. That is a horrible thing to have. In my opinion. So annoying. Like you can have like a cool art style and the story is totally bonker stupid. Like it's just wasted potential at that point. Okay. So far. Like Rudo, I believe. Yeah, set. I tell you something. If you want to hear unhinged conversation, go to VR chat. That is the funniest thing ever. If you want to hear some unhinged, like contradictory stuff, listen to people on VR chat. I'll be doing that sometimes. I'll go on VR chat, right? And I'll be on the computer version, and I'll be listening to some of these conversations as people are talking about like out loud, like hypocritical shit to the whole, like saying like stuff like they'll do insane things, but and they'll saying it out loud because they think they sound cool saying it, but in real life that if they really was to do that specific thing that they're gonna do, like something really heinous, they wouldn't do it because they're too scared to do it. Oh, they'll have an excuse to make it. It's super funny. Like you hear some hypocritical shit that comes out of these people's mouths. It's insane. Like, just sit down. Like, it's easy. Like, you go on, like, say, the Black Hat, for those who know what that is. And then you go and sit by one of the mirrors where there's a bunch of people. And you just listen to their conversations. They'll be just talking openly, outwardly to everyone. Talking about whatever the hell. Because they usually just mute everyone, so they think they're living in their bubble, but everyone can still hear them. So they're telling their whole life story about their traumas and stuff. And then say very contradictory stuff that makes them sound more unhinged than ever. But they think they sound smart because they sound out loud, and their friend they're talking to is not going to check them on that. Or if someone does try check them, they would just mute them. So, like, there's no point of trying to convince someone's, like, ideology or the way of thinking on VR chat. This is why I always say to people, I will never argue with you on, like, the internet. It makes no sense. Because even if you're the one in the right, or you claim you have the moral superiority of whatever the hell's going on in said conversation you're having, they're not going to change. They'll never change their stance, even if you're right, because I tell you, like, VR chat is insane. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a fun place, like, but, like, what makes VR chat horrible is just people in general. But, like, other than that, it's a great place to explore and just, like, learn different worlds and places. I tell you something, like, VR chat is like a dead multiverse type game. You can virtually go anywhere in that game, and you can find a lot of dead worlds that are unfinished, unpolished, or just uninhabited completely. There's thousands and thousands of worlds that are there, and you can find anything, almost in any genre you can talk about, like My Hero Academia, Gundam, I don't know, Sword Art Online, anything. You can find virtually anything, and as soon as you go there, it might be inhabited or it may be completely dead. So, it's crazy. Oh wow. Oh wow. I don't know. Man, I'm going to VR chat. Like, if I'm extremely bored, I go to VR chat when I'm extremely bored. And it's very rare I get bored, but if I get bored and I don't feel like drawing and I just don't feel like doing it, I just go and see what other people are doing on VR chat just to see where it goes. I don't know how people make friends on that on that game though. It's really hard to make friends on that thing because the people there are just so, I won't say we're fake, but they hide who they are, so you can't really tell what you're dealing with. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, on the same fucking layer. You can only gone by one. Okay, so then the hair. Okay. God, this man's hair is wild. I swear to God, it will piss me off to draw this every frame. Oh my God. The patience is a skill in itself, I'm telling you. Okay, so the hair, grab this part. Shit. Okay, Emma. Thank you for coming in, hon. I appreciate you. Oh. Thank you, Emma. Thank you for coming in, hon. Hope to see you again. Keep practicing. You should saw Ryayo's hair. Oh, God. Like, it's a... See, I think I'm doing it the hard way. Thank you. I think the problem is that I'm drawing this lock by lock when I should paint this. Doing the injection. The injection? I don't know what that is. I really don't know what that is. Oh, that's probably a spoiler, but... Infection? No, I don't know what that is. Something about Gojo's infection or something. I don't know what that's about. No, I don't know what that is, to be honest. Fan-made stories? Oh, okay. You mean that thing like Patrick? Something like that Patrick one, that horror one with Patrick? Oh shit, that's that shit. Oh god. That must be horrible. Shit. Hey Fox, what's going on? Okay. God, when I ran into that Patrick thing, that shit was wild. I don't know what the hell. That shit was wild. I was like, what the fuck? Shit. Okay, I can just imagine all the like AI shit that's gonna come up on this show. It's gonna be insane. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. What the hell? What's with all those descriptions? What the hell? What's happening? What the? Oh my god. 10. 10. 10 subscriptions. What the hell? Fox, what are you doing? What are you doing? What the hell? Okay, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting any of that. What the hell? No. No. What are you doing? Fox. I appreciate it, but damn, you didn't have to do all that. Oh my god. I don't deserve any of that. What the hell? What the fuck? What the hell? Thank you. I didn't need all that subscriptions. Like you gifted like 10 people off key. What the hell? That scared me. I was like, what the hell? But thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Okay. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh. Well, that made my day. Thank you, Fox, I appreciate it. Thank you. Huh. Oh, it's actually 2. I did it wrong. Okay, so I grab... Hold on. Huh? Well, I can't right now. I gotta do this. Okay, wait, hold on. And then... Shit, okay, that's not good enough. We gotta... That. Or no, it has to curve like here and then be like this. And then push it down like that to a degree. I'm gonna... Wait, what does that have to do with being big bag? Wait, what does that have to do with being big bag? Oh, I understand that affording something, but... The hell? Maybe I'm just being too technical with it. Okay, let me see here. Like that. Alright, that's good enough for now. Thank you. We're going to clean this up a little bit. Oh! I want to clean up that jawline. It's a little too thick, in my opinion. Okay. Shape that down a little bit more. So, there we go. Chin is a little bit too... Like that, there. Okay, we can run with that. Okay, I think it looks like Rudo. Oh, I'm missing that piece. I didn't know we didn't have. Hold on, guys. I'll put back on the music. I'm sorry it does that because it thinks I'm not there. That's why it just stops all of a sudden. That has nothing to do with me stopping it. It just literally does that. This is why I do practice on a constant, and this is why a lot of people ask me the crazy question. Why do you just do practice all the time? Why don't you do any artwork? The reason why I don't do artwork is because if you practice, and I do actual artwork, it's going to look amazing. So it kills that problem right there. Because if I do artwork all the time and don't practice, it's going to look mediocre as fuck. That's why. I don't like making mediocre work. There's many times I've done artworks on stream and I feel like it was not good enough, and everyone said it looks good enough, and I do not post it because it's just not up to par to where my standards are supposed to. And I'll spend like hours on the drawing too. Like, it's not like it's just like a drawing. It's like I'll spend hours on a drawing and it'll never see a light of day because either it didn't let up to my expectations at the far end of whatever I was doing, or I just totally abandoned it because it was just not up to par on posting it. It's best to have 5 good drawings to post than 40 horrible, mediocre, shit drawings just because you claim you spent thousands of hours on it. That's not a good enough indication. I know a lot of people can't wrap their minds around that, but that's literally a thing. You should not justify because you put 300 plus hours in one drawing that automatically makes it good. No. That is a lie. That's like equivalent to saying, like, I've been with my wife for like almost 20 years, but I'm not gonna leave her because she cheated. Like, it's like your wife cheating on you within the 20 years of being with her. So you're going to justify being with her because you've been with her for 20 years. Not that she's a good person. She did you good or anything. She cheated on you with the towel boy or something. Maybe you're rich, or the pool boy. So you're gonna stay with your wife just because you've been with her for 20 years? No, that's stupid. No. If she respects you, she won't cheat on you. No. So just because it took you 3 hours, 10 hours, or 15 hours, or even 3 days to finish a drawing does not indicate that the drawing's actually good. You just spent a lot of time on a drawing. That's all that means. It's the end result that makes it worth the damn, not how much time that was placed in. So a drawing that took 5 minutes to make compared to something that took 5 days to make could be all the same unless the quality is good. Because imagine you make a drawing for 5 hours and it looks like shit compared to someone who took like 5 minutes to draw something like in a sketch, and it looks way better than your 5-hour drawing. Thank you, I appreciate it. That's what I do. I don't really get a lot of furry work. I'm trying to get a bunch of furries to, buy from me, but it's very difficult. I don't know. Maybe I scared them away too much, maybe, with the things I say. Maybe it's not what it is. I have no problem with furries per se. I don't do the furry thing, but then again, I have no problem with furries. It's just another medium, just like anime. So that's why I don't really dog it too much at all, because it's like I wouldn't like it if someone was talking crazy about anime, especially if I was into it, especially if it was like a show I like. Why would I dog your show or your thing? Doesn't really make any sense. Like, I know furries get it like a pretty much of a bad rap to a degree, but like, I think every medium has their own bad rap, like especially when it comes to certain fandoms. Look at you, MHA and Demon Slayer. But like, that's what I'm saying. So I wish I got more like all types of artists, and then just anime. It doesn't have to be anime. It's what I do most, but I can do any other work. Thank you. Try my best. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna put his arm right here. There we go. We're gonna stop right there. So we're not coloring this today. I said we're gonna get to the animation thing, and then we're gonna get to that today. I said that. So what I'm gonna do is we're just making the overall sketch, and we can hold this off for another day. So I'm gonna hold this off. Everything I did here, we'll continue this with Rudo. That's section 1 of Rudo. Okay, I'm doing that thing that we did when I was doing traditional work, like I did with what was it? I was doing Sonic. When I drew the Sonic drawings traditionally, I'm doing like what do they call it? A character There's a term for it. Motif? A character motif? I think that's cool. Motif. I think. I'm not sure. Then there. Let's see. Okay, put it in here. Okay, good. Alright, that's everything for Rudo. This is the headshot version. Okay. One. Rudo has a very specific hairstyle that just like Midoriya's, but like it's so much more complicated. It's insane. Okay, we got this version. I'll put this one. So I think this one's a good one. That one's good. I think for the composition. Wait, where's the other drawing? The hell? Did I put it in there? I swear to God, if I deleted it. Bro, I'm gonna be angry. I'm gonna be beyond angry if I... Oh, thank God. Woo! I was about to lose it! I was supposed to lose it, bro. Oh my God. I was gonna lose. I was about to... Oh my God, bro. You know how many times that has happened where I just like delete a layer and not realize it till like, I don't know, 10 hours later, and it's way too late for me to get it back. Bro, it scares the shit out of me all the time. That shit makes me so mad. Oh my God. Okay. Like that. Okay. And then on this side, maybe we should twist it. Put it on the other side. Like that. But his face is kind of in the air. So how do I do this? So wait, maybe we should... the composition looks kind of weird. So what we can do, push this sideways. A little bit like that. Right. And then have him... You know, sometimes the clothes reminds me a little bit of like The World Ends With You, that Kingdom Hearts. I want to say cause like it's not even a Kingdom Hearts like spin-off, but the game was in the Kingdom Hearts universe. It's set in the Kingdom Hearts universe now. It's considered a world. It's like a weird Final Fantasy-esque Disney world, but it has nothing to do with like Disney characters. With Neku. I think his name is Neku. Okay. This is too... I can't make this work. Okay, you know what? I can... Okay, you know what? I can make this work. So we're gonna make a copy. Paste. Right? And then what we'll do is take the copy. Instead of putting his hand in the air, I'll put the hand pointing at us. No, go back. Okay. So, no, I don't. Hello. Okay. Hello, what goes on? Okay. Thank you. Maybe I'm not per se, but I do. I'll take the compliment. But thank you. Let's see here. I make it like that. Okay. His hair is really weird because it's like this weird curve. Let's see here. Hello. Sorry guys, the music's off. I'm sorry. Let me get the music on. Sorry about that. What is this? Ah. Okay, we can move him out of the way for right now because we can't. What we gonna do? Shit. Gonna do. When you're all alone in the real world. Oh yeah. When you're alone. When you're all alone. In in the real world. When you're calling. In the world. Okay. Like that. And then it's gonna be like, and then, hey, that. There we go. All right. No. Don't you know, baby? Well, well. I'm drawing among it. That's cool. I'm doing a fan art. Hello. Okay, so I'm gonna assume his neck is much longer than I'm seeing this here. So I'm doing a fan art. I'm doing a fan art character display. No, guys, gotta get off this My Hero. God damn. No. People gotta get off my hero. Goddamn. Find a sign of love. Let's see here. Oh, I made the gloves way too big. Shit. Well, it takes a lot of practice, but you can do it. Wait, he's not wearing shorts? Shit. Oh, he's not wearing shorts? Okay, okay. Let me move this out of the way, because it's just in the way. Okay, there we go. Hello. Very Kingdom Hearts-esque with the shoes, bro. Shoes are still kind of huge, not gonna lie. It's kind of crazy. So how she got them. Halo reconciliation. The present ways no one ever wait, like memories of dying days. Present time and hand the pound around the fingers in your hand. Do you understand? Okay, let's see. Thank you. No, guys, get off MHA. Fuck, you guys gotta get off this motherfucker's ass. Oh my god, no. God, I hate MHA now. I'm starting to hate it. Every time. It's funny to me though. I think it's funny. This should be funny. No, 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 it's not MHA. It's, I'm gonna write that right here. Big red cap, so people start ask that crazy question. Actually, make it easy. It's alright. I wonder if you guys are actually gonna pick up on this show. I'm actually starting to think. I'm starting to think you guys might actually pick up on the show then. I think y'all actually gotta pick up the show once it drops next month. I could be wrong though. Okay. I doubt it though. I don't think you guys gotta pick up on this show at the same time. Like, it's weird. Like, I feel like y'all will, and I don't think y'all won't. I think y'all gotta pick up for the hype when it comes out. But true fans are actually gonna stay and watch it. Hello. I noticed lately has not been doing that. Thank you for the follow. Hello. That's alright. That's good. Canada. Wait. Wait, why are you going? Nope, this is from a fan art. But what are you going to Canada for? Is there a reason? It's a fan art. You mean this? Ah, I think you're talking about this. Well, I'm using it right now. Ghosty Ghost. Yeah, that's Gunther. Something you only wanted to be part of. We wanted to be part of something. Oh, if you use capitals, then we consider it spam. Or we use several different emotes. I still hate you, my bot. Okay. You excited or? I understand. Okay, the flip spot here. You know, this is the weirdest thing about this song that's playing. It's saying, oh, well, no, it's not Neku from The World Ends With You. I'm drawing Rudo from Gacha Kudo. Thank you. Wait, what? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Oh god, this is hurting my spine. Oh, okay. And these? Oh. I've been sat on this line. Okay. Okay, now what I'm gonna do. Hello. Hold on. Thank you, I think. Is it? I don't think anyone will find this boring to watch. No. I only do it because that's what I'm good at, but I can do other things, but no one wants to see that, so I don't bother. Yeah, but the problem with it is one person can't outweigh the massive amount of people. Sadly. I wish it was like that, but it's not. I make weapons, I draw monsters, I draw robots. I even did a furry drawing the other day, and I don't draw furries, but I did the other day for a client. No. Star Wars is effectively dead. I don't know. I honestly believe Star Wars is dead. I'm not even a big fan of Star Wars, and I feel like that franchise is dead because Disney killed the fuck out of that. Same thing with Doctor Who. The only time I ever would watch Star Wars was Star Wars: The Clone Wars, the animated series, back into the early 2000s, like within '06 or I think that's between '06 or '08. That's wait, am I drawing this right? I don't think I did. Okay, wait, I drew that weirdly. It's no, I'm not doing. Yeah, it was about hugging the villain. The villain wanted a hug. Well, somewhat villain. Thank you. Hello. Oh my god. I will never escape this fucker. I will never escape Gojo or Goku. I will never escape these fuckers. I swear to God. I can't escape these. It's all that mainstream focus on. Oh my god. Yes, I've tried. Oh my god. Hello. And yes, I've drawn Gojo. And the other one. I am. No, I have not watched Ma. Not that I don't do anime. Let me guess, you're gonna say this looks like Bakugo or some shit like that, or Deku. I know. I have no idea who that is. I probably know who that is. I'm just not going by the name. Okay. No, it's Rudo from Gacha Kuda. I'm pretty sure majority of you don't know what that is. You all probably might know what that is by next month. Awk means OC means original character. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wait. It really means just original character. Mm-hmm. Oh, we gotta put on our seam. Okay. Okay. So it goes like. Okay. Okay, this is behind him, so the back. Wait, I don't know how. Okay, this is on this side. So the. I don't know what this is. Hold on. No. Okay, there we go. And now we're gonna clean this here. Actually, no. Okay, pull this down. Okay, and then. Okay. Hello. Okay. Oh. Shit, 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 shit. Practice. You guys must practice. Like practice and fail a lot, like more than you will actually want to perceive the fail. Like constantly keep failing. I failed a lot to get to this point, and I still don't think it's good enough. Hold on. Don't say that. That's not true. Someone said something to me. What's that? If I drew that, Mega Man. Hello. You mean live? I think. Oh, hey, Mono. What's going on, bro? Yes, you did. That was not my doing. Okay, let's see here. Okay, here. Okay, but not that far from what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, that was from Phoenix. Phoenix. It's from Fox. Phonics, I think. Some Fox. Fox gifted 10 people today out of nowhere. I was quite impressed by that. I was like, I did not expect any of that in the slightest. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. I guess so, that's alright. Today I'm about to do this, clean up the sketch, and then we're gonna go and do the animation. I don't think I'll have time to do the third version. Hold on. We was gonna do this one, but I'm gonna hold off on this one. So that's 1, 2. The furry one. I look at him now. Hold on. Now looking back at the commission now, it doesn't look as good as I think it is. Certain areas shouldn't have been so thick, and areas that should have. That's a new hole again. Now looking at. But the other one. I guess you're talking about this one or this one? I don't know what you're referring to. That's alright. You asked a question earlier. Hello. Someone asked a question. Has there ever been a time you were accidentally removed all your artwork? Yes, in the sense of, I wouldn't say remove in the sense of erase, but like, I ended up overwriting a homework I tried, I did. You need a deep excellent. Dude came in, says, do I do furry art? I said no, but if you want me to do furry art, you can pay for one and I'll do it. Dude dropped 2 gifts and he got them based on his OC. That's pretty much what that was. That's why I drew them. And I didn't get off stream till 3 a.m. I was gonna get up at 7. Person came at the last second, made a purchase, and I didn't get off till 3 a.m. If that's what you're asking. They want one of their OCs of a bat, phoenix, and the other one was a golden retriever with a gun. So that's pretty much what that is. If that's what you're asking. No, I was already tired at the time when they asked for the. I was not thinking they was actually going to buy, and they did. So it's like, oh, I couldn't just end the stream there, so. I've been drawing since I was 6. Hello. Let's go. That's grade 6, huh? It's pretty cool. Let's go. Let's hope that goes out well. That goes well for you. You're nervous? Hello. No problem. Hopefully it'll come out well for you and things will end well and you get your license faster. I know how it works there and where you work, so I don't know how the rules work, but hopefully you guys will if you do well. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned something like this before. Something about a track. I remember you mentioning that a long time ago. Let's see. Oh, okay. Let's go. Rudo. His name is Rudo. That depends on the art. Okay, that's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. That's nice. I'm gonna be making some major changes so we have more exclusive stuff for people who support. So I'm gonna be focusing a lot on that. I'm gonna be making a lot of tutorials and also focusing on the supporters who support me, who pay. So I'm gonna bring back and focus a lot on that and post most of my postings there instead of on social media all the time. I think yeah, so I'm gonna be adding more stuff. Both on everything that's on Buy Me a Coffee to Patreon, everything will be all the same on the postings I put on, so. Hello. So things will, because I need to get out of here in my situation. I gotta get the fuck up out of here. Hello. Shit, okay. I'd rather do traditional. Shit. Oh, nice. So you're using, like, metal tips, you said? For your drawing tablet? Alright. Huh. What's the program you use? He's from Gacha Ikuda. Depending on your asking, you may call it Gacha Yakata. Depending on who you ask, but it's the same thing. Hey guys, that's weird. Sure, TikTok you or plus do you? I don't know what that's saying. Hello, Magna Shadow. I'm pretty sure you on Instagram, the person that's talking to me on Instagram, I think his name is Magna Shadow. I think you're telling me where you're from. I'm not totally sure of what you're saying because you're probably talking in. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna assume Africa, somewhere in Africa, based on that flag. I could be wrong. It's in Africa, I believe. I'm assuming you like my work. Or you're talking crazy shit about it. I don't know. Either which one, thank you for coming to the stream. West Africa. Okay, gotcha. West Africa. I see. Wait, hold on. When I draw on when I draw on some tablet that made for sketching with plastic that has a hard tip, it's way easier than on my actual tablet. Okay. I get you. I'm going to use a translator. I am bad at English. It's okay. You're perfectly fine. And that helps. That actually helps. But you're fine. I get a lot of people from around the world, whether from Brazil, Africa, some Japan, Canada, Mexico. I get everyone around the world. Oh, okay. Well, see, the thing, I never really have that problem. I just know I'll just work with anything, whether it's dull or sharp. Because someone asked me that earlier. That was Emmy. She asked the question, she asked me the question on the, when do I switch out my, what do you call it, my stylus? I said I've never had that. I have never done that before. Because either they got broken or I lost it. I never had a situation where I ran out or the nib got so small. It takes way too long for that to even happen. No. Wish you have more success on TikTok Live. I'm on TikTok right now. I like your style. Thank you. I'm drawing Rudo. I'm doing a fan art of Rudo. Okay. But yeah, I'm on TikTok. You can always check me on TikTok. Link in bio. Oh, that's what that's how they, okay. Okay, I get it now. That gives it its curve. That's why they draw it that way. Okay, it makes sense now. Okay, it makes total sense. I gotta make a turn. cool. Thank you. What do you think, Bri? Does it look like Rudo? That. See here. I'm so sorry, but could you spell his name? Rudo. Why is it making that? Hold on. Rudo. This part is a little too far. I draw too, but on my phone. I don't know how you guys do that. How do you draw on the phone? That sounds so frustrating to do. I don't know how you guys do it. I have students who do that. I don't know how. I don't know how. It's kind of crazy to me. I don't know how you guys can draw on the phone. It kind of throws me off so much. I'm weird. I don't know. I don't know how you guys can do it. It's crazy. It's like such a small screen that will piss me off. Bro, go to my profile and type in my name with those characters and you get what you want. That's awesome. That's actually pretty cool, but like I couldn't do it if I wanted to. Okay, it says I use a magnetic stylus to draw on. You use Iblis paint. Okay, I know it's common. It's a common thing amongst everyone to type in my name in the search and put in those characters. You'll get what you want. Not like I try all those characters thousands of times. I know Iblis paint is really common amongst people who use the phone. Yeah, he's cool. Don't feel me here anymore. Okay. Makes sense. It makes sense now. go. Good, I knew it. Yo, Bill R O C R. No, it's not OC. I'm doing a fan art. Ah, okay. 1 hour a day? The fuck? That's lame. One is Rudo, but who is the other one? It's Rudo. Yo, keep up the good work. Hey, no problem. Thank you, I appreciate it. Why is the hair so dark? Because it's not colored. It's just a shape I made so I can get the hair right. I swear to God, animating this man's hair is gonna be fucking annoying. For real? I was funny. It was like, oh, it's Rudo, but who's the other guy next to this? Rudo? That was funny. It was just funny how it happened. I'm not laughing. It was just funny. That was funny. Like, hey, yo, it's Rudo. Let's go. Who's the other guy? It's Rudo. That shit was funny. I get it. So I was just getting the shape right. Yeah, I use the silhouette method. I make a silhouette of the shape, and then I draw over it, so I can get it right for the details. It speeds up the process because you're not worried about doing the outline because the overall shape is the outline. Thank you. Espanol. I don't speak Espanol at all. Hello. Okay. No problem. Okay. I think it's a little more long. Okay. Hey, if you see this, I just wanted to say you're really talented. Thank you, Gray. I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. The arm. Hello. Now we gotta get the... Thank you. Okay, go. Have a good night, Mono. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Hello. Hello. Thank you. I appreciate it very much so. Thank you. Thanks. Let's see here. Who you're drawing? I am drawing Rudo from Gacha Kuda. I'm doing a fan art of him. Character display of him. Nope. I'm doing a character display. Kind of like a character design look. Like if I was doing it for a video game. Apparently no one knows who this character is or know Gacha Kuda yet. Soon people will next month, I'm pretty sure. And then all of them are gonna pretend like they know what the show is. But real ones will know. So I'm trying to have the curve to get this out before the show pops off. So hello. Like Sora with Kingdom Hearts shoes right now. I don't even worry about the feet too much. We just need a platform. We can always fix the feet later. I'm not really worried about the shoes right now because that's actually easy to get to. Like that. Okay. But I hope that answers your question, Gray. Hold on. Thank you. I appreciate it very much so. Thank you though. Right, does this song sound like something you would hear in Windbreaker? I just got this recently, even though it's the same size as my old one. It's an XE-Pen E20. Link in bio if you want it. What would you rate it? And also, sorry if I'm annoying you. No, I'm just interested in the art, especially anime, if it is an anime, but either if it is anime or not, it's really cool. It is an anime that's coming out next month. I know about it for a very long time. Alongside my mod, we've been waiting for this to get an anime adaptation for the longest while. It's made by the assistant who helped make Fire Force and Soul Eater. She is the assistant pupil of the original creator of Soul Eater and Fire Force. So her anime, which is called Gachikuta, the main character here, as you see, is called Rudo. So I'm trying to get this done before the month is over. So, me no speak Espanol. Why do they bother keep speaking in Spanish when they don't hear anyone talking in Spanish? Like, I can't answer to them, so I don't know what they're saying. You know, like, almost beats the point. I don't see the point. Me no speak Espanol. Me no speak Espanol. Or is it me? Yo habla no Espanol. I think yo habla no Espanol. If that's the right term. And it's not only just people who speak Spanish, there's also people who have Arabic too. I was like, it throws me off. Clips to your paint. Many I can teach you, but I only know a little bit. Sorry, I'm a teacher already. I'm a teacher, character designer, content creator. It's not. Oh, you're talking about Espanol. You're talking about Espanol. I thought you were talking about drawing. No, that's fine. I may have to use the lingo one day. I gotta go back to the lingo. That's probably what may have to happen. I may have to go back to Duolingo. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the heart puff. I appreciate it. Wait, what the fuck? What did I do? Something got destroyed here. Hold on. Something got destroyed there. I don't know what it was. That was weird. Okay. Alright, let's see. That's good. Not really, but I would have to go back because I gotta learn my Japanese. I've been ignoring it for the longest while, knowing I gotta learn my Japanese. I keep putting it off, and then I'll learn other languages. It's just that I've just been so lazy because I have other things going on. But that's usually the main topic of why most people can't learn a lot of language, because they get really caught up on whatever the fuck they're doing. So that's usually the case. Oh, let's see here. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. I gotta get back on my Japanese. I can relive in my hiragana, but I can't read it like in a sentence. I know what the characters are, but it's just usually I can't read it in a sentence. Gotta figure out how to do that later on. My katakana is kind of weak. I think my hiragana is stronger than my katakana, but it is what it is. Emmy! Well, welcome back, hon. I didn't know you was gonna come back. Hey, M&M's. You saved the bunny. You saved the bunny. You gotta name him? You gotta keep him? Bunnies. Hey, don't you have a farm? Yeah, don't you have a farm? I remember you said you... I think it was you who said you had a farm. You gotta keep him? No! Oh, well. At least he's safe now. We saved him, so that's good. Saved him. Saved the bunny. Okay. Oh, cats don't eat bunnies, do they? No way. There's no way that cats eat bunnies, do they? They do? That's what? For real? Oh shit, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I did not know that. I did not know that cats eat bunnies. Holy shit. When's your next stream going to be? It's usually every day. I'm usually on every day, and sometimes I do late night streaming. But it's usually around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The latest I'm ever on when I'm taking long to get on is around 6. When I'm getting on late. But I'm usually on around 3 or 4 p.m. 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Between 4 p.m. and then I don't get off till like 8 or 9 p.m. It's 8 now, but I want to get to the animation thing, so I'm going to go a little bit longer than I usually would. Because I said I was going to do that today, so we're going to see how that turns out. So we're going to just learn a little animation. Usually I'm doing studies. I don't really do fan arts a lot. I'll be doing studies. I don't do a lot of fan arts. I very rarely. The only reason I'm doing this is because I actually enjoy the art style and everything about Gacha Kuda, and I wanted to get this up before it becomes too popular and too big. And I'm also working on the sticker for Rudo for my Redbubble, so if you guys are into stickers, I'm working on the sticker, and you can get this sticker soon on Redbubble. I'm working on that, so you can get a Rudo sticker. I might even do the other characters as well. So, you crawled into a bush. Gotta be careful, hun. Crawled into a bush. The fuck? And then we're usually doing studies like this. Uh-oh. Did you just crawl into a bush, or you crawled into something much worse than just a bush? Hope you didn't touch any poison ivy, Emma. You gotta be careful, hon. So we'll be doing studies like this most cases. I don't really do fan arts. Or if I'm doing studies, I'm doing a character design. I'm usually making characters on my own fruition. Or I'm doing a commission, depending. So we'll be doing studies like this, 9 times out of 10. So we was doing a value study on Luffy here, doing Snake Man Luffy. And learning how to do more values and stuff like that. I only do use Luffy because, well, you know, it's One Piece, so it's gonna keep people's brains still focused on that. And then let me see. But most cases I'm doing studies or I'm creating characters. Or I'm doing animatics. I'm usually doing animatics too. So I do character designing, like I'm focusing on characters or doing any form of studies to improve on my character design for video games. So like this one, and then we'll do like, hold on. So I'm working on this character that I'm working on for the longest while. So we do things like this to see if it's gonna make it look cool. We get cool poses, we build on the character and see what we can do. So this character is basically this character, but more refined. I don't like the overall lining of things, so I will clean this up and look a lot more professional. Where's the other stuff I did? Hold up. Where's all the stuff I did? What the fuck? That's weird. Hold up. Oh, there she is. I was like, what? So we do anything from like face placements, expressions, all that stuff. When's your next one? I'm going to be on your stream tomorrow as well if you are doing one, but whenever you're streaming, I'm always have to get. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And then we did like sketches. I think we did more than that. We had like body types and stuff. I don't know where the rest of it. It's somewhere around here. It's a while since I touched this. Is it this one? I think it was this one. He was looking for an outfit for her. Oh, it was like a fighting game type thing. I was making like a fighter for a video game. I don't know what happened. Oh yeah, and I gave her like a robot arm thing, like a mecha thing. Yeah, it was like a mecha thing. That was it. It was like a mecha fighter type thing. Or I'll be doing commissions for people like this. I'll do a commission like this and keep it nice. I did this for my mod who commissioned me for this, and many others. I did this one, and let's see. No! Are you kidding me? No! Oh no! Fuck! Okay, that got destroyed. I should have never. My dumbass. And did Granny. Man, everything. Granny. And then I did more original works like this. And then we did a Halloween theme thing like this. So we did something like a concept like for a card game. So that's what we did. This one too. Remember, these was just basic concept stuff that I did for a theme that we did for Halloween. So I made them to like a card game type thing of characters I made based on the prompt that my mods gave me. So how many labor? How many hours did it take to make this drawing? I don't know. They usually take very long. It depends. This type of clown crab thing we made. I forgot what was the prompt for this, but I made a cram cloud demon thing. I don't know. It was very random. Then I got imps, little imps. So I made 3 little imps, and I put the Kamina glasses up there. alongside the. It kind of reminded me of like Squirtle. And like I think it was a Generation 1 Pokemon when they had the Squirtles. The little Squirtles. That was fun. You're so cute little imps. And then the last one, I think my favorite one of well, one of my two favorite ones. It was like this one. I remember Bri like this one. I have a plan for her in the future. She's one of the most original ones I ever made. But I do have plans for her in the future that I want to do. Something I want to work on. I think I might add her to like a certain amount of like animation if I start doing animation. That'll be interesting, like a form of a mascot somewhere down the line. Or a love interest to the OC that I'm working on. We'll see. And then last but not least, one of my favorite ones was this one that I made. I would say that the leg here is way too small. I would have made the more fatter. But it was fun making this one. I don't know if she was like some type of magic cop or something, but it was something that came in my head at the time. Oh, and this one too. I forgot I had this one. And this one too. But we'll see. This is so sad. That got fucked. It's so annoying. Also, I drew good, but not as good. No, it's just gotta practice. Okay. Like I promised, we're gonna go do the animation stuff. I'm gonna hold this off for next time, maybe for tomorrow. And then the third one will be right here. I don't even think... Hold on. No, I did a fan art of a character named Rudo. Yeah. I'll have this version of Rudo. Maybe more like that. Or maybe I should have it like this. Nah. I want to see... Okay. Yeah, I think I think right here will be fine. There, and then one with the... Where the fuck is... Hold on 1 second, 1 second. There it is. Left out of luck and nice. Little pro. Even do. Hello. Okay. Okay, that's good. So the composition will look good if so the composition. Yeah. So that's the composition that we want, because everything's going here. You usually just make a box and then use the mitten method. You gotta use the mitten method. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Fuck, hold on. Shit. There we go. Then the... Okay. Alright, so we'll do these two tomorrow. Okay. Like that. And then And then, hold on. Yeah, so his hands looking like this. So the chains will be coming from this side as his fist is, his arms are down here. Alright. So it'll be a lot more, oh fuck, it's gonna be a lot more. Alright, so I'm gonna save this. Let's see how far we have gotten from this point. Okay. So that's pretty much that. This will at least answer a lot of people saying that I don't like drawing anime girls all the time. It does bring an audience, but not a long-lasting one. This is why I'm getting sick and tired of drawing anime girls after a while. It's just frustrating because when the people complain, why do I draw anime girls? And when I draw a dude like this for like, what, 4 hours, they're not nowhere to be seen. And I remember I did a whole month drawing just dudes, and that didn't went well. It didn't really pull a lot of people at all. But as soon as I draw like a mannequin of a woman, oh my god, follows up the wazoo. You get all the types of hate and you get all the types of praise. You get super praise from insane, takes. It's like it's crazy. So that's the shit that's insane. It's so fucking stupid. And then what's wild is like they don't take the 2 seconds to Google the stuff I draw. And the same morons who complain about you don't draw men will be the same ones who want to suck off Goku all damn day and Gojo. That's all they know. They only know like mainstream industry stuff. They just know the mainstream stuff is like casuals, like tourist individuals. It depends. I did this in 4 hours. But it would have been much sooner if I didn't have to wrestle with his hair, but I kind of understand how his hair works now. So there's a bunch of mainstream individuals who don't know anime. They don't venture outside of the typical stuff that they hear. They don't like when they considered what they consider venturing out of anime. It's like listening to like old anime from like Yu Yu Hakusho to like Hunter x Hunter to Sailor Moon to Dragon Ball. Anything from like the early 2000s up to this point, they think it's venturing out when it's outside of like JJK or like My Hero or Demon Slayer or what's another show? Yeah, it's like outside those three, I think. Once they venture outside those three and they don't go to like if they venture outside those three, they're thinking they venture into like the old stuff that came before, like like literally like Dragon Ball or whatever. But once they pass that initial pass, they don't go further than that. Actually, any other anime outside those two sections, they consider offensive in some form. That's why they don't like. Hold on. Okay, we're back. So like that's why they don't like watching shows like Jabba's Reincarnation or Fire Force or anything like that, because it brings up topics or at least old stuff from the past that they consider offensive, like a Tamaki thing or like Soul Eater and what do you call it? Other shows. I'm having a blank. Old Dragon Ball, actually. Especially old Dragon Ball. I like think of it now, like old Dragon Ball, like Kid Goku Dragon Ball. Oh, they have a problem with that. Especially with all the panty upskirt shots and all that stuff. They do not. That's why they say they hate Akira Toriyama, because they think he's some type of ist. I find that funny. Okay. Okay, anyway. Now, let's get to the animation side of things. This is going to be interesting. So, I'm going to stop this music right here. Alright, so, for those who want to watch the animation side we're about to do, this is new to me. I don't do animation, so this is going to be new to me to a degree. I know some things about animation, some principles here and there, what to look for, what not to look for, and all that stuff, but it's not something I practice. I just got something just recently, no more than I think 2 days ago, on the fact that Marvel Forever Summer Skin. So super sound off. Okay. Let me see. It's in my history. It's here somewhere. I actually wanted to look at that, but animation. Where's the video? Because we're gonna need a tutorial to do this, because I'm not familiar with this at all. Where's the video? Something you can't do. Okay. Rigging head. Something about animation. Where are you? Where's my... There it is. Okay, so let's see what we can pull off from this. Okay. There it is. Alright, so for those who want to see the video that I'm going to be using as a form of, actually you can actually see it from here, but I don't think, this will be right here. We're going to learn it from this guy named Alex Grigg, Grigg. He's teaching how to do animation, and I'm going to use the Now save this. Okay, that's all done. We'll save. I'll do this tomorrow. We're gonna do these two tomorrow. Let's jump into it. It's called Animator. We're gonna use that. Open new project. Before I can get into that, wait, cancel. I'm gonna X these out. Don't need these anymore. Okay. We will color this. I will be making this into a sticker. I might even do the other characters. Bri, can you send me 4 or 5 names of the characters from Gacha Kuda that are most popular? Can you send me their names? I know Rudo's one of them. I don't know the rest of the other characters' names. So I can do their heads later. I'll do that later on in time as a sticker. Okay. Oh yeah, this. Oh, yeah. Should I save this? No. I'll say skin study. Save this as orc skin study. We will do more on this study next time, but we don't have time to do that yet. Next time we'll do the study on this again, like last time we did on stream. All right, we're going to go here. I'm going to go to TikTok. If you want to hear it more professionally on TikTok, come over here. On TikTok, link in bio or in descriptions if you want to check that out. Let me see. There it is. So we're gonna put them right about here. Okay. Both animators on. Okay. Alright. I don't know if I should make the sound through this thing or not, but we'll see. Oh, that sound. Honestly. Speaker. Son of a bitch. Okay, I need to buy a new speaker. This thing pisses me off way too much. Alright, so we're gonna be doing this. Okay, if you guys want to listen to it because the speaker's acting stupid, come over here on TikTok. If you can't, then you're just gonna hear dead silence, so I'm sorry about that. Because, like, well, I was gonna make it play through the speaker, but I don't have to worry about no copyright whatsoever, like, music-wise. So, you know what, this is what I'll do. Hold on. Oh, it's so hot in this fucking room. Okay, hold on. What's up? It's closer. Okay, zoom in. Zoom in. Okay. 1 second. Okay, let that play. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna fix the speaker.
Then later moves, and I'll say okay. Now we've got a canvas in front of us.
Hold on.
If I select the brush tool over here, if you want to change how your brush is working, you can click on the tool option setting here, and we get a whole bunch of options. I can turn off pressure sensitivity, I can change my brush size, and I can even add texture to the brush by changing the brush tip. So using this tip, for example, gives me a much more pencil-y line. I'll go into a lot more detail about how we can really edit these later in the video when we get into the cleanup section of the animation though. For now, I'm pretty happy with the standard rounder brush, but I don't think I want to animate this little face. So I'm going to undo what I've done. I can press the undo button here, or if you've got a keyboard, you can press Command Z. I think for this animation, I want to draw a blinking eye. So I'll start with an arc for the top eyelid and an arc for the bottom eyelid, and then I'll draw a pupil. If you want to edit this at all, we can use the lasso tool to select it and move it around, scale it, or if you want to erase anything, we can just use the eraser tool over this side and just erase like this.
Okay.
So I might try to redraw this eye just so it's perfect.
I really don't trust this thing.
So this is our first frame of animation. Let's try to
Oh,
I like to press the next frame button here, which will take us to the next frame of animation. Another way you can do this is by pressing the add drawing. Press the right arrow on your keyboard. But now I can't see my first frame of animation. To see the first frame of animation really clearly, we can turn on onion skin in the corner here. Now I can see a red outline of my previous frame. For the second frame, I'm going to draw the eye slowly closing. When I'm doing blinks, I like to move the top eyelid a lot further than the bottom eyelid. This is usually how it happens in real life. So that's a really rough second frame of animation. I think that's looking okay. And now I'll make my third frame of animation. So I'll press this button here one more time.
Oh,
now I'm just going to draw a fully closed eyelid. I'll turn off my onion skin so I can see it a little bit more clearly. And if I want to play back this animation, I can press the play button here, or I can press enter on our keyboard. And this is our first little piece of animation. I think it's looking cool, but there's still loads of things we can play with. But before we do anything else, let's export this video so we can share it. All I need to do is go to File, Export Video. If you're on a tablet, you just press this little icon in the corner and then Export Video. And now we have a few options. QuickTime, which is like a movie file, and I usually choose H.264. Or we've got GIF. I'm going to choose GIF, but I'm just going to make sure my resolution is downgraded to about 30% so that I don't get this giant file that I can't share with anyone. I'll say OK, and now I'll just rename it.
Okay. Let's
On a tablet, you set the name before you say OK, and then you choose Save Image here to save it to your device. Now we have an animation file that we can share with anyone. But let's try to take things a little further.
Okay, here. All right. We can X out Clip Studio Paint. We do not need Clip Studio Paint for this. All right. Let's see. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Like that. What? Okay. Okay. Man, this fucking camera. Okay, let's go here. So we're gonna.
Today, I want to show you how to start using one of my favorite beginner-friendly animation apps, Rough Animator. It's super easy to learn, affordable, and available on Android, iPad, Mac, and PC. I really like this app because you can learn to make animation with no experience in just a few minutes. And after we cover those basics, I can show you how to start using more advanced features like importing artwork, creating cycles, and even creating camera moves. Basically everything you need to make this a really powerful animation tool. I think Rough Animator is totally worth the $8 price tag, but if you're on the fence, maybe just watch this tutorial and see if it feels like a good fit for you. I'll be using my desktop computer, but you can follow along with any device you like. Oh, and I've made a free download pack, so if you want to use my artwork in your animations, you can check out a link for that in the description below. Okay, let's jump in and see how it all works. Okay, so I have Rough Animator open here. Okay. I'm just going to say New Project. If you're on a tablet, the view is a little different, but just click New Project in the corner down here. Now, no matter what version you have, you can choose your document settings. I'll set my frame rate to 12 frames per second. I really like this as a starting point for 2D animation. My camera size is 1920 by 1080. This is the standard high definition.
1920 by 1080, huh? Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. New project. 1980 by 10. Okay. Okay. 1980. Oh, I said 1980 by 10 something.
Definition resolution that we can use for video. I'm not
1980. Wait. All right. 1920. Well, why am I doing it for TikTok though? 1920. Oh my god, motherfucker. Nine 920.
I'm not going to change the margins for now.
1080. Okay.
Now, but we can talk about them later when we do some camera moves. And I'll say, okay. Now we've got a canvas in front of us. If I select the brush tool over here, I can just start drawing.
Hello.
If you want to change how your brush is working, we can click on.
Oh, good. I can put this on the side. Thank God that I couldn't do that. Okay. This was here.
On the tool option setting here. Now, no matter what version you have, you can choose your document settings. I'll set my frame rate to 12 frames per second. I really like this as a starting point for 2D animation. My camera size is 1920 by 1080. This is the standard high definition resolution that we can use for video. I'm not going to change the margins for now, but we can talk about them later when we do some camera moves. And I'll say, okay. Now we've got a canvas in front of us. If I select the brush tool over here, I can just start drawing.
Okay.
If you want to change how your brush is working, we can click on the tool option setting here. And we get a whole bunch of
Illustration, buffer animator. Yeah.
options. I can turn off pressure sensitivity. I can change my brush size, and I can even add texture to the brush by changing the brush tip. So using this tip, for example, gives me a much more pencil-y line. I'll go into a lot more detail about how we can really high definition resolution that we can use for video. I'm not going to change the margins for now, but we can talk about them later when we do some camera moves. And I'll say, okay. Now we've got a canvas in front of us. If I select the brush tool over here, I can just start drawing. If you want to change how your brush is working, we can click on the tool option setting here, and we get a whole bunch of options. I can turn off pressure sensitivity. I can change my brush size, and I can even add texture to the brush by changing the brush tip. So using this tip, for example, gives me a much more pencil-y line. I'll go into a lot more detail about how we can really edit these later in the video when we get into the cleanup section of the animation though.
Okay, let's
For
go
now,
back a little bit. Sorry.
Now we've got a canvas in front of us. If I select the brush tool over here, I can just start drawing. If you want to change how your brush is working, we can click on the tool option setting here, and we get a whole bunch of
Tool options. Okay.
options. I can turn off pressure sensitivity. I can change my brush size, And I can even add texture to the brush by changing the brush tip. So using this tip, for example, gives me a much more pencil-y line. I'll go into a lot more detail about how we can really edit these later in the video when we get into the cleanup section of the animation though. For now, I'm pretty happy with the standard round brush, but I don't think I want to animate this little face. So I'm going to undo what I've done. I can press the undo button here, or if you've got a keyboard, you can press Command Z. I think for this animation, I want to draw a blinking eye. So I'll start with an arc for the top eyelid. And an arc for the bottom eyelid. And then I'll draw a pupil. If you want to edit this at all, we can use the lasso tool to select it. And move it around, scale it. Or if you want to erase anything, we can use the lasso tool to select it. And move it around, scale it. Or if you want to erase anything, we can just use the eraser tool over this side and just erase like this. So I might try to redraw this eye just so it's perfect. So this is our first frame of animation. Let's try to make our second frame.
Wait, go back one?
We can use the lasso tool to select it.
Okay.
And move it around, scale it. Or if you want to erase anything, you can just use the eraser tool over this side and just erase like this. So I might try to redraw this eye just so it's perfect. So this is our first frame of animation. Let's try to make our second frame. There's a few ways we can do this. I like to press the next frame button here, which will take us to the next frame of animation. Another way you can do this is by pressing the add drawing, add after, or you can press the right arrow on your keyboard. But now I can't see my first frame of animation. To see the first frame of animation really clearly, we
add after.
can turn on onion skin in the corner here.
Onion skin. Okay.
Now I can see a red outline of my previous frame. For the second frame, I'm going to draw the eye slowly closing.
Okay. So wait, if I... Okay. So I want to... I want to clear this in one go. What would that be? This would be like backspace, right? Nope. It would be delete. Nope. I guess not. Okay. Let's do it again. Okay, yeah, that one. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this. I wanna. I know I shouldn't do this, but. I'll do it again. Okay. Okay, so we got the eye here.
When I'm doing blinks, I like to move the top eyelid a lot further, which will take us to the next thing. We can just use the eraser tool over this side and just erase like this. So I might try to redraw this eye just so it's perfect. So this is our first frame of animation. Let's try to make our second frame. There's a few ways we can do this. I like to press the next frame button here.
Okay, I did that.
Here, which will take us to the next frame of animation. Another way you can do this is by pressing the add drawing, add after, or you can press the right arrow on your keyboard. But now I can't see my first frame of animation. To see the first frame of animation really clearly, we can turn on onion skin in the corner here.
But why is yours red and mine's black?
Now I can see a red outline of my previous frame. For the second frame, I'm going to draw the eye slowly closing. When I'm doing blinks, I like to move the top eyelid a lot further than the bottom eyelid. This is usually how it happens in real life. So that's a really rough second frame of animation. We can turn on onion skin in the corner here. Now I can see a red outline of my previous frame. For the second frame, I'm going to draw the eye slowly closing. When I'm doing blinks, I like to move the top eyelid a lot further than the bottom eyelid. This is usually how it happens in real life. So that's a really rough second frame of animation. I think that's looking okay. And now I'll make my third frame of animation. So I'll press this button here one more time. Now I'm just going to draw a fully closed eyelid. I'll turn off my onion skin so I can just see it a little bit more clearly. And if I want to play back this animation, I can press the play button here, or I can press enter on our keyboard. And this is our first little piece of animation. I think it's looking cool, but there's still loads of things we can play with. But before we do anything else, let's export this video so we can share it. All I need to do is go to File, Export Video. If you're on a tablet, you just press this little icon in the corner and then Export Video. And now we have a few options. QuickTime, which is like a movie file, and I usually choose H.264, or we've got GIF. I'm going to
see 1, 2. No. Nope. Oh, I can do it like that? Oh shit, I could, oh, that's kind of cool. Kind of like that.
choose GIF, but I'm just going to make sure my resolution is downgraded to about 30% so that I don't get this giant pop. Move the top eyelid a lot further than the bottom eyelid. This is usually how it happens in real life. So that's a really rough second frame of animation. I think that's looking okay. And now I'll make my third frame of animation. So I'll press this button here one more time. Now I'm just going to draw a fully closed eyelid. I'll turn off my onion skin so I can just see it a little bit more clearly. And if I want to play back this animation, I can press the play button here, or I can press enter on our keyboard. And this is our first little piece of animation. I think it's looking cool, but there's still loads of things we can play with. But before we do anything else, let's export this video so we can share it. All I need to do is go to File, Export Video. If you're on a tablet, you just press this little icon in the corner and then Export Video. And now we have a few options. QuickTime, which is like a movie file, and I usually choose H.264, or we've got GIF. I'm going to choose GIF, but I'm just going to make sure my resolution is downgraded to about 30% so that I don't get this giant file that I can't share with anyone. I'll say OK, and now I'll just rename it. On a tablet, you set the name before you say OK, and then you choose Save Image here to save it to your device. Now we have an animation file that we can share with anyone. But let's try to take things a little further. So I've got 3 frames of animation here, and I know that because I can see in my timeline that I've got these 3 little boxes. So if I press on them, I can go through my animation frame by frame, or I can do the same thing with these arrow buttons over here, or with the arrow buttons on my keyboard. Lastly, you can drag this scrubby wheel icon up and down, and I find that this is particularly useful if you're working on a tablet. While you're drawing, you might feel like you want to move around the canvas a little bit. That's really simple to do. We can use the hand icon over here, and that lets us move around just like it's a piece of paper. You can also use the space bar as the hotkey if you're using a keyboard. This button here is your rotation tool. You can use the R button on your keyboard as well. And this is the magnifying tool. So we can zoom in by clicking. And to zoom out, you can hold Alt and then click. If you're using a tablet, you can just use 2 fingers to pinch and zoom and move around the canvas like this. So we've made 3 frames of animation, but I think that this might need a few more frames to make the blink feel convincing. So I'll step through my frames until I get to the end of the animation, and then I'll make sure my onion skins are on, and you can see here we've got all the red frames coming before it. So I'll open up my eye a little bit more. This one's going to look pretty sleepy. And I'll add one more frame. But if I want this to loop, I really need to see that first frame that I drew, so I can come to a nice soft stop at that frame. But my onion skins don't go far enough back. The quickest way to change that is by changing your slider down the bottom here to add a couple more frames to your onion skins. And now
Okay, but where is that? I don't see that anywhere. Fuck. Okay, maybe I need to push. Wait, I don't see that. Where the fuck is that? Onion skin opacity. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh! Okay. Okay, I like that. Allow drawing with finger touches. Minimum brush size pressure, da da da. Actually, to be honest, I would probably turn off. Okay, I think what should happen is that we should do this as roughs, and then when we're about to do like the actual animating, should make them into non-pressure brushes. Okay. Alright, so settings, full layer, onion skin opacity, allowing the thing, 80, 50, 90, 100. Okay, 100. Why is there another? Oh, okay. He did something earlier. I didn't even pay attention. 9 p.m.
I can see my first animation, and then I'll make sure my onion skins are on, and you can see here we've got all the red frames coming before it. So I'll open up my eye a little bit more. This one's going to look pretty sleepy. And I'll add one more frame. But if I want this to loop, I really need to see that first frame that I drew, so I can come to a nice soft stop at that frame. But my onion skins don't go far enough back. The quickest way to change that is by changing your slider down the bottom here to add a couple more frames to your onion skins, and now I can see my first frame. If you don't see this slider, just make sure your tool options button is selected. And if you've already...
Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, so like if I'm over here.
Already drawn more frames than I have, and you can max out this slider and still not see your first frame. That's totally fine as well. All we need to do is select this first frame, long hold on it, and drag it to the end of the animation. Now when we select our empty frame, we can see that first frame in green because it's coming after the frame we're on. Just don't forget to drag this first frame back when you're ready. You can also move frames around your timeline by using these buttons in the top right corner of the window. This can feel a little bit more accurate in some cases. So I'll draw this last frame in.
Hold on.
And now when I press the play button or the enter button, this is what my animation looks like. Which is feeling a little bit more normal.
Okay. So let's keep it simple. You want to keep it simple. Can I delete this? Alright, so we kind of got what gif of all this. Okay. So I'm going to, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take the, do it again. Actually, we're going to, did this. Okay. Back this up. Oh. Let me see. Oh, that's too big. Let's see here. Okay. I don't know, let's do that again. So it's like, oh, move! Okay. There's like one, and then up, and then, alright. So we're gonna take this, I'm going to turn this, this is the brush size. We're gonna go to, I'm gonna do that. Set the opacity. Yes. No. This is the background. And then we're going to add a layer. Okay, no, I should go back. So how did he do this? So it was, and then that was like this. Okay, I know that slow, and then frame. Let's just keep it simple, just the overall idea of what we're gonna do, and then this one, and then this one. Actually, I know the idea of keeping things consistent is the biggest thing, but right now that's not the focus. So what I'll do is, can I copy and paste that? I don't think so. Wait, what if I... What the fuck? No! What the? I can... Whoa, I can do that? I didn't know I could do that. I can bring stuff from clips to be paid into this? What the fuck? Alright, that's crazy. Alright. Company. Hold on. Alright, I'll do it better. I'm being stupid. Okay, go off here. I'm just gonna keep it 100% boring. And then next frame. Because since we're closer to, it's gonna be slow. We want to go slow. Actually, no, we go fast. Actually, do it backwards. So the ball's gonna go here, and we're gonna go up here. We're gonna speed up, and then right here we're gonna slow down. That's what we're gonna do. So it'll be. Oh wait, I can press the button. So. Oh, awkward. Here and then here. Ah. Oh, that makes my job. Oh. Oh, it goes too fast. That's too fast. Okay. We're going fast. Okay. So. And just slow down more here. So I go here. And I think you can add one. No. Oh, okay. Speed up. Oh shit. Yep. Okay, so let's just slow down here. You should be actually, it should speed up here and then slow up because the momentum here, the tension, the momentum should slow down. So there should be more frames here and then less frames here and then slow down here, faster, slow down. So like every curve is a pattern. So slow, fast, slow, fast, slow, fast here, and then that's where that problem comes in. I'm just saying one speaker for now. So that's where we need to. So it'll be. Oh, can't write that there. So slow. So we go back to the background. I'll put this as slow here. Fast here. And then slow about here. Because the build-up's going up here. And then fast here. So more frames, less frames. So slow frames, less frames, more frames, less frames. Yeah. So that's what's gonna happen. Well, to make this even more fun is like first thing we have to make sure that the weight of that from the slowing down, we have to put a little bit of weight. Like I think even more like right here, which should be at its slowing point. I think the slowest should be the most frames should be here, but the frames should be most frames should be here. Because the build up from here and then phew. So I would redo this again. Label, edit. I wonder if I can select, so they edit multiple. Can I pick more than one?
It's still pretty rough, but I think the main issue now is that we don't really get to hold on that eye being open for very long. I can change that by looking at the timeline and just dragging this frame to make it longer. That means that that first frame is going to hold for however many frames I have it on the timeline here for. And another more accurate way of doing it is just clicking these arrows here to change the frame duration. So at the moment, it's holding for 7 frames. And then each of these are holding.
Okay. So I'm going to do it again. Okay. Wait, if I said say delete, I ain't delete. Okay, good. So if I put like here, and then here, 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 and then this is where it gets slower. Right here. Oh shit, what am I doing? Fuck me. What the hell? My dumbass. Forgot to press the button. Okay, so 1, 2. Alright, let's see how that looks. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Because the momentum goes up. Even though it's morphing a lot, that's not the focus. The focus is just getting it to move. Right now, that's the most focus. And there's a form of weight. So the weight, the form of overshooting happens like, phew. So it's like, goes fast up, slow up, fast, slow, 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 like fast, slow, 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 bam, boom, 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 boom. Okay. So the momentum goes super fast here, and then when we get to this, particularly here at this point, that's where it starts slowing down, particularly right here. he goes super fast here, and then right here he slows down, I believe. And then as we go up, the rest of the hill here, the mountain, whatever you want to refer to it as, the curve, it slows down, but not completely, but it slows down. And then when it gets to this curve, it's slowing down about the most here, and then it drops completely from here. So that's a Yashi, what's going on? And then we, okay, I got it. I'm just doing some exercises.
For 1. So now if I press enter, it stays open for 7 frames and then has a blink. I'll zoom out and get a better view of it. I think that this little detail here is catching my eye, so I'll just delete that. So any little bits I want to tidy up, I can just erase and redraw, but I'm going to keep it pretty rough for this demonstration. You can see that by moving through my time.
Alright, so doing that was really easy. But I think there's 2 things that makes animation really hard. It's hold on. It is the fact that we need to keep. Hold on, I need to get rid of all that. Alright. It's the fact that we need to keep the thing consistent. That's where I think the hardest part, other than the perspective, comes in when it comes to doing animation. I can delete this. We don't need this. Big. Hold on. Spacing, smoothing. I didn't really thought of the spacing, but there's the size of the brush. Get rid of all this. Don't need this anymore. Okay. I've tried to make some on Clip Studio, but that hasn't worked out so well. Yeah, I know. If you're using the free version, you only get like, what, 12 frames or some stupid shit. And that's it. And if you need more far than that, you have to pay. So, and you pay a monthly subscription, which I will never do. So I wanted to get something else. So I got this instead, called Rough Animator. I only paid $7 for it, and that's it.
I've created this little glitch. See how it like kind of flashes white before it starts looping? That's because while I was moving around, I've accidentally added an extra empty frame. You can see up here in the timeline that there's a darker gray frame just here. So that's an empty keyframe. All the frames that have drawings on them are this light gray, and then this one is a darker gray.
We can do a quick head turn. Let's try doing that real quick. So if I take this and say, say like this. Right. I can take the frame. Right. Oh, sorry. And then yep. I copy this. Can I copy this? Okay. No, you can't do it. Okay. Do that later. Okay. I'll just make it simple. Okay, so we do it like this, real quick. 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then very roughly, but I just want to see something. Can I add one? I'll go to the next one, but can I add one? That's what draw. Oh, okay, that's like saying 1, 2, okay. I know what that is. Make cycle? I don't know what that means, so...
I can just select it and say, over here, delete drawing. So now I have a really simple rough blink happening. So having this eye blinking is kind of nice, but it would be nice to have a face that it belongs to, right? So I could draw in a face and draw a different face for every single frame, but that's a lot of work, and I don't think we're going to add a lot of extra detail to the animation in the face. So if we want to have a face that's really still, what I might be able to do is go to my background layer. So in our timeline, you can see that I'm on layer 1, but if I click on background, suddenly we're in a new layer. If I use my eraser tool, you can see that it doesn't erase any of my drawing. That means that we're working on a whole different layer below our animation. So what I'll do now is just start drawing a face. Thought it could be cool to have like a little gremlin-y face. So now I have this really rough drawing of this little goblin-looking guy. I can press play. You can see that this one drawing lasts the entire timeline. So I don't need to draw it lots of times in a row to make it work with my animation. And visually, we can see that's working here as well. You can see that this frame lasts this entire timeline. What I think I want to do now is make sure I've got 2 eyeballs. I mean, I could draw sort of a bit of a pirate eye patch or something to get away with not having a second eye. I could also reanimate these eyes a second time, but I'm feeling a little bit lazy. So what I'm going to do is select this top layer and say modify layers, duplicate layer. If you're in a tab.
Okay. Alright, so if I take these and then get rid of this. Oh, we're on the... Come on. So if we take an eye, okay, yep. Okay. 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 I don't think it has stabilization. Pretty sure it does. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. I get what that is. Oh wait, there's another layer. Okay.
The modify layer button is called add layer, but it's in the same place. So now I've got a layer called layer 1 and I've got one called layer 1 copy.
Okay, so if that's what he's saying is true, so if I take how do I hold all layer at once?
I'm going to rename this just by clicking on the name and typing in right eye, and
I'll say I1.
name the first one left eye. So now I want to transform this eye so it flips over and gets to this side of the head. I could do this frame by frame by selecting the lasso tool here, selecting this, and saying flip horizontal. And see, that could put it over here, but I don't think that's a great way to do it because I have to do that for every single frame. And transforming things over and over and over again can bring in some inconsistencies. So what I'm going to do instead is use a tool called Edit Multiple. So to do this, up in the top right corner, we can say Edit Multiple. And you can see here in the timeline, we've got this little checker line that covers this first frame. What I want to do is drag the edge of this checkered frame to the end of the animation, which means it's going to select all of those frames. And then I select my lasso tool or press the L button, select all of these, and now say flip horizontal.
Okay. Lasso tool. And then, what did you say? L button? No, that didn't work. Okay. Alright. Okay. Go back.
The edge of this checkered frame to the end of the animation, which means it's going to select all of those frames. And then I select my lasso tool or press the L button. So
L button. Okay.
select all of these and now say flip horizontal. This will flip all of my frames. You can see they're all displayed at the same time. It's a great way to do it because I have to do that for every single frame. And transforming things over and over and over again can bring in some inconsistencies. So what I'm going to do instead is use a tool called Edit Multiple. So to do this, up in the top right corner, we can say Edit Multiple. And you can see here in the timeline, we've got this little checker line that covers this first frame. What I want to do is drag the edge of this checkered frame to the end of the animation, which means it's going to select all of those frames. And then I select my lasso tool or press the L button, select all of these, and now say flip horizontal. This will flip all of my frames. You can see they're all displayed at the same time.
Okay.
And
then you set. Okay. So hit all this. Hit multiple. Hit all this. Wait, what?
I'll move the book and you can see here in the timeline, we've got this little checker line that covers this first frame. What I want to do is drag the edge of this checkered frame to the end of the animation, which means it's going to select all of those frames. And then I select my lasso tool.
Okay, so let me do that again. So we go here, hit multiple, grab this, drag this here, got that, and then you lasso this, and then what? Oh, wait, my dumbass. Shit. Duplicate the layer. Right? And then you grab all this. And then you do the... There you go. Okay. Okay, let's put that here. And then we... this is the original. Multiple. Okay. Grab this. Like that. To a degree. Okay. 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 That didn't... Okay. Okay, I think I got it now. Let's go all the way back. Let's start from the beginning. Okay, delete. Delete. Erase. Okay, go here. Oh. Okay. Alright. Alright, that's one. Okay, and I'm gonna... It's two. Actually, to save time, I could just, like, instead of redrawing everything, I could... I don't think it allows me, but... Duplicate timing the background. Hmm. It's going all right. Hello. Hmm. I hear you. All right. Now, one, and then close it like so. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. Like that. Okay. We got that. Now we're going to wait. 1, 2, 3. What is this next one? Okay, there you go. And then we will hit multiple. Okay. And then we will two options. Uh, okay. I think we did. Okay, good. We got it to work. Okay, I understand how that works now. Okay, why does it look so small? Okay. That worked. Okay. Okay, I got that. Now we need to learn how to hold a frame, because that's going to be important. Holding frames gives more weight to something instead of it just being able to move to the next thing. So I have to go back to what he said earlier, because he mentioned that earlier, but I was not paying attention to it. So
Slider down the bottom here to add a couple more frames to your onion skins, and now I can see my first frame. If you don't see this slider, just make sure your tool options button is selected. And if you've already drawn more frames than I have, and you can max out this slider and still not see your first frame, that's totally fine as well. All we need to do is select this first frame, long hold on it, and drag it to the end of the animation. Now when we select our empty frame, we can see that first frame in green because it's coming after the frame we're on. Just don't forget to drag this first frame back when you're ready. You can also move frames around your timeline by using these buttons in the top right corner of the window. This can feel a little bit more accurate in some cases. So I'll draw this last frame in. And now when I press the play button or the enter button, this is what my animation looks like. Which is feeling a little bit more normal. It's still pretty rough, but I think the main issue now is that we don't really get to hold on that eye being open for very long. I can change that by looking at the timeline and just dragging this frame to make it longer.
oh, shit. Okay. Oh, that's simple. No. No. Wait, how do you... Oh, you got... Oh my god. That's gonna be a pain in the ass to do. Every time. But... Okay. So... Okay, wait. Okay, you understand how that works. Kinda like that. I actually like that. That's a lot easier than clips to your paint. I'll tell you that much. Hello. Okay. Simple. I think that was a little too... Let me pull this back here. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, I think from here... It's from here. Okay. Alright, let me see. Let me try something. Oh. Alright, so we'll make a layer real quick. Timeline, modified. Yeah. Wait. I1, I2. Okay. Alright. Here's layer 3. Wait, why? Oh, wait, what? What the fuck? Oh, wait. I'm using it as a placeholder. Okay. That's it. Then make this side this long. And then duplicate. Oh, fuck. And then copy. Wait, what? Oh, wait, no, too off timeline. Fuck, what was the button? Damn. Oh, no, it was lasso. Yeah. I'll put it there for now. Alright, so let's see how that would play out. Okay, one eye. What the fuck? Okay, there's an added frame somewhere. Which eye is this one? Why is this frame? What the fuck? Okay. Why is this? Oh! It's gone stupid. Oh god, okay, I got it now. Alright.
It means that that first frame is going to hold for however many frames I have it on the timeline here for. And another more accurate way of doing it is just clicking these arrows here to change the frame duration. So at the moment, it's holding for 7 frames. And then each of these are holding for 1. So now if I press enter, it's...
I think I fixed it. Simple! A lot simple than Clip Studio Paint. Thank you. Oh, yes, you was gifted a sub by one of my subs. It goes to random to everyone. It goes to random. I don't understand why YouTube does it that way. I think on Twitch it allows you to pick who you want to give a sub to. On YouTube it's random. It's fucking dumb. I don't understand how that makes sense. But whatever. Anyway.
Stays open for 7 frames and then has a blink. I'll zoom out, get a better view of it. I think that this little detail here is catching my eye, so I'll just delete that. So any little bits I want to tidy up, I can just erase and redraw, but I'm going to keep it pretty rough for this demonstration. You can see that by moving through my timeline, I've created this little glitch. See how it like kind of flashes white before it starts looping? That's because while I was
Yeah,
moving
pretty
around,
much.
I've accidentally
If you have
added
questions, I'll
an
answer them.
extra empty frame. You can see up here in the timeline that there's a darker grey frame just here. So that's an empty
you have that
keyframe.
sub,
All
yeah.
the frames that have drawings on them are
And
this
membership,
light grey, and then this one is a darker grey. So I can just select it and say, over here, delete drawing. So now I have a really simple rough blink happening. So having this eye blinking is kind of nice, but it would be nice to have a face that it belongs to, right? So I could draw in a face and draw a different face for every
Okay.
single frame,
You can
but
message
that's
me
a
on
lot of
Instagram
work. And
if you have a
I
question.
don't think we're going to add a lot of extra detail to the animation in the face.
Link in bio.
So if we want to have a face that's really still, what I
I'll
might
answer
be
your
able to do
questions
is
there
go
as
to my
well, if you have a
background
question.
layer. So
And
in our
I'll send you a
timeline, you can
video
see
if
that
you
I'm
need
on layer 1.
that
But
I
if I
do
click on
do a
background,
demonstration.
suddenly we're in a new layer. If I use my eraser tool, you can see that it doesn't erase any of my drawing. So that means that we're working on a whole different layer below our animation. So what I'll do now is just start drawing a face. I thought it could be cool to have like a little gremlin-y face. So now I have this really rough drawing of this little goblin looking guy. I can press play, and you can see that this one drawing lasts the entire timeline. So I don't need to draw it lots of times in a row to make it work with my animation. And visually, we can see that's working here as well. You can see that this frame lasts this entire timeline. What I think I want to do now is make sure I've got 2 eyeballs. I mean, I could draw sort of a bit of a pirate eye patch or something to get away with not having a second eye. I could also reanimate these eyes a second time, but I'm feeling a little bit lazy. So what I'm going to do is select this top layer and say modify layers, duplicate layer. If you're on a tablet, the modify layer button is called add layer, but it's in the same place. So now I've got a layer called layer 1 and I've got one called layer 1 copy. I'm going to rename this just by clicking on the name and typing in right eye. And I'll rename the first one left eye. So now I want to transform this eye so it flips over and gets to this side of the head. I could do this frame by frame by selecting the lasso tool here, selecting this and saying flip horizontal. And see, that could put it over here, but I don't think that's a great way to do it because I have to do that for every single frame. And transforming things over and over and over again can bring in some inconsistencies. So what I'm going to do instead is use a tool called Edit Multiple. So to do this, up in the top right corner, we can say Edit Multiple. And you can see here in the timeline, we've got this little checker line that covers this first frame. What I want to do is drag the edge of this checkered frame to the end of the animation, which means it's going to select all of those frames. And then I select my lasso tool or press the L button, select all of these, and now say flip horizontal. This will flip all of my frames. You can see they're all displayed at the same time. And I'll move them over to this side of the face, and I'll press enter once, and then enter a second time. If you're working on a tablet, you don't need to press enter. You can just select a different tool to confirm the transformation. Now, when I press the play button or the enter button, we've got 2 eyes blinking at the same time. By doing that, I can see that my head's a little bit funny. It's not quite symmetrical. So I'm going to use my lasso tool again on the background layer. Just transform this over just to give that eye a little bit more space. And I'll just transform this nose back over as well. And at this point, I think I want to save my file. So I'll say File, Save As, and I'm going to call it Gremlin Blink version 01. If you're on a tablet, your file will save automatically. But if you want to create a new version of it, you can go to this icon here and select Close Project. Now in this screen, you can select Duplicate Project and write in a name for your file. Then select this new file and choose Open Project. Okay, so we have this simple blink animation here, and I think it's looking pretty good. But with animation, I usually find that you don't get things right the first time. So let's look at some of the ways we can start editing the timing and spacing of this animation. What I was thinking is that for this blink, it starts moving quite quickly. So the difference between this frame here and this frame here is quite big, which could be perfectly fine. But I think I want to add 1 frame in between these 2 drawings so that it feels a little bit more soft. So all we need to do to add a drawing between these 2 frames is go to Add Drawing, Add After. This will
Add drawing, add after. Wait, whoa. I got confused. Wait, hold on. Back up.
Then select this new file and choose Open Project. Okay, so we have this simple blink animation here, and I think it's looking pretty good.
Close my ears.
But with animation, I usually find that you don't get things right the first time. So let's look at some of the ways we can start editing the timing and spacing of this animation. What I was thinking is that for this blink, it starts moving quite quickly. So the difference between this frame here and this frame here is quite big, which could be perfectly fine. But I think I want to add one frame in between these two drawings so that it feels a little bit more soft. So all we need to do to add a drawing between these two frames is go to Add Drawing, Add After. This will automatically make a drawing that's just as long as the first frame, so I just need to shorten it. You can drag the edge of the frame to make it shorter. On my iPad, I find that works pretty well, but on my computer, it can be a little bit fiddly, so I use this frame duration button.
Oh my god. Hold on. Fucking TikTok. Hello. Scare the shit out of me.
Change the length of things. Now you can see we've got this empty frame here, and on my canvas, I've got a red frame for the frame that came before it, which is this one. And we've got a green frame for the frame.
Wait, hold up. Wait. Pause. So, wait. Question. Wait. So if I say add a frame, drawing. So add after? No, you said add after. It does add a whole new thing. What's that add to the I1? Oh, I see. Okay, I think I get it. He's right, it does add like a whole new frame. I don't know why it does that. That's a good option. I see. So wait, what if I want to take that? Uh-oh. No, I don't know what I did. Shit. Control. Okay, so I get that. So if I wanted to, okay, so let's say I get rid of this, right? And I wanted to add a whatever. I just literally put add drawing, add split halfway, add split a current frame. Wait, add split a current frame. Oh, I can do like that. Oh, I know what to do. Oh, okay, that works. And then I'll just delete it. Everything's back to normal. Wait, no. There's a frame somewhere. Well. Okay. So it's like. Okay. Now if I want to add a frame, say I wanted to add a frame here, so I said add after. It'll be a giant one. I see. It'll add a big giant space for like no reason. Okay, I get how to add that. That will be helpful. So when I want to make more, and when I need to add a frame or something like that, or let's see if I wanted to add what's a split halfway? Huh. Okay. Add after. Oh. Add. Okay, so that's how I'll add one. So if I need to add something, I just go here. I wish it was a more. I wish I had a better. I can. Can they let me? No, they don't give me the ability to do any keyframing or key binding. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. Doing that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Yeah, there's no keyframing on this. I guess because it's still relatively new. Where I get jump on. I tell anyone right now, jump on this app now before it becomes eaten by the corporate entities that will make it into a subscription base. For those who don't know what this program is, it's called Rough Animator. It's literally $7 or $8. No subscription. I think it's pretty good so far. It's easy to understand, very beginner friendly. It looks scary, but no. I suggest anyone who wants to learn animation, I think jump on this. I wouldn't even recommend. Like, I'm not even recommending Clip Studio Paint because I know Clip Studio Paint can do that, but like it's a bit of a learning curve, mainly from the interface itself, and it's a pain in the ass. It kind of does things in the backwards way with Clip Studio Paint compared to other programs. So I would go with this one. If you're just trying to get your foot wet, I suggest get this Rough Animator. I think it's best. $8. Lost in $8. Just practice it.
It comes after it. So now I'll just draw in.
I have some understanding of animation, so that's why it's not very frustrating or scary to me, because I've done a little bit of animation before on Clip Studio Paint, but not anywhere close to what I'm doing, because Clip Studio Paint limits you so much to the point that you don't even want to do the shit. Either you buy it or you don't. They do that on purpose. They give you like, what, 12 frames and that's it. They give you literally 12 frames. Any past 12 frames, you can't do shit. You gotta buy the subscription. I ain't doing that shit. I ain't buying no fucking subscription just to make some lines move in hopes that it even becomes anything, or I put the effort on that. I'd rather get something free, or close to free, or at least one pay and not breaking the bank. Because I think for Clip Studio Paint, you have to pay like $100 plus, or some $40 or no, $20 plus or some shit. I'm not doing that.
And I want to kind of stick my drawing a little bit closer to my red drawing than my green drawing. That will make it feel like it's accelerating softly. Okay, and now I just need to draw my iris in, but I'm feeling a little bit lazy. So what I'll do is I go to my first frame, use my lasso tool, select it, and say copy, go to this new frame and say paste. Now when I press play, you can see that we've added this extra frame. The issue is that my right eye and my left eye are blinking at different times now. And I've got this empty frame at the end. That's because I'm just editing one layer and not the other layer. So just so this isn't distracting, I'm just going to turn down the opacity of my right eye. You can use this little slider to turn down the opacity here. Or if you're like me and you just want to get rid of that layer entirely, you can say modify layers, delete layer. On a tablet, you just need to click the 3 dots next to the layer to find this option. Now I can quickly duplicate this new eye with the extra frames and put it into the right spot. Also, I wasn't very careful when I drew this face originally, so now it's over to the side of the canvas, and I think it could be cool if I moved it all into the middle of the canvas. This is really easy to do as well. We can use the Edit Multiple button and drag this over all of our layers. Now when we use the lasso tool and the transformation, it transforms everything. Okay, so I think that's looking pretty cool. Let's look at how we can start coloring this up.
Wait, how do it... Wait, what did he just do? What the fuck? I hate that with tutorials.
Okay, and now I just need to draw my iris in, but I'm feeling a little bit lazy. So what I'll do is I go to my first frame, use my lasso tool, select it, and say copy, go to this new frame and say paste. Now when I press play, you can see that we've added this extra frame. The issue is that my right eye and my left eye are blinking at different times now. And I've got this empty frame at the end. That's because I'm just editing one layer and not the other layer. So just so this isn't distracting, I'm just going to turn down the opacity of my right eye. You can use this little slider to turn down the opacity here. Or if you're like me and you just want to get rid of that layer entirely, you can say modify layers, delete layer. On a tablet, you just need to click the 3 dots next to the layer to find this option. Now I can quickly duplicate this new eye with the extra frames and put it into the right spot. Also, I wasn't very careful when I drew this face originally, so now it's over to the side of the canvas, and I think it could be cool if I moved it all into the middle of the canvas. This is really easy to do as well. We can use the Edit Multiple button and drag this over all of our layers. Now when we use the lasso tool and the transformation, it transforms everything.
Transformation. What the fuck? Okay, that's not what I meant. Okay. That makes my job a little more easier. See the whole thing. But, how do I, okay. Oh, I'm stupid. Just click on it. Fuck, I'm stupid.
Everything. Okay, so I think that's looking pretty cool. Let's look at how we can start coloring this up now. Coloring animation is really similar to coloring any digital drawing. So if you've done that before, I think you'll feel pretty comfortable here. The thing is that Rough Animator has a few extra tools to help make the process more consistent and efficient over time, because that's really useful for us as animators. Okay, let's jump in and see how it works. Wherever I can, I like to add color to its own layer. That means I can turn it off and it doesn't fight with the animation, just in case.
Yeah, I'm not going to be doing no coloring within my animations. I'm going to keep it all sketch. It makes the work process faster. I know it's going to be much more visually appealing, but right now, that's not my focus.
So I want to change things later. So I'll click on Modify Layer.
If I'm going to do coloring in animation, that'll be like the final thing I'll ever do. But I need to learn how to keep consistency, weight, do the 12 principles, and I'll worry about color last.
Add empty layer, and that will create a whole new layer. So to color things in, it's really easy. I'm just going to click on this bucket fill tool here, and I'll quickly choose a color. So I'm going to choose kind of an orangey color because he looks a little bit like a demon. I'll say okay, and I'm on my new layer, and I'll just click the area inside the circle of the eye. And you can see straight away we've got a problem here. It fills up the whole frame. And that's because it's not really referencing the eyes at all when it's figuring out what to color. So I'll undo that. And we just need to go to this setting here. It says samples this layer. And I want to say samples this layer and above. And that means it's going to sample any of the layers that's above it. So at the moment, the eye layers are above this color layer. So now I'll fill in these two irises. And at this point, we have a slightly different problem, right? We've got this kind of weird white ghosting line around the edge of our color, and that looks pretty gross. The reason that's happening is because our fill color doesn't overlap with the lines. So I'll undo that, and now we just need to use the expand fill, and that will take whatever we fill and just make it grow a little bit. So if I click now we can see that that fills in quite a nice way. I'll just expand this frame so it lines up with timing of our eyes above it, and I'll go to the next frame, make sure that's the right length, and I'll fill these in too. I'm going to turn off my onion skin because onion skin is not very useful when we're doing color. And now let's see how that looks. Okay, I think that's looking pretty cool. Let's go to the next step. Let's fill in the whites of the eye. So I'm going to choose kind of a pinky color.
Yes.
Just so it's a little bit easier to see against the white background. We can change this later if we like. And it's going to give him kind of like a cool bloodshot eye. But if I click here, we've got another problem. It fills up the whole frame again. And the reason for that is that we've got these big gaps in the line work. So this is a kind of a problem because I'm just trying to color in rough animation. So maybe in the cleaned up animation, you'd have a much tighter line work that fills in all these gaps. But in this case, I don't really want to do that. I think it changes the design. But if you don't want to change the line work and fill in all those tiny gaps everywhere, what we can use is the close gaps slider here. So if I turn this right up, I can fill in these gaps. The problem with using really big numbers on your closed gaps is that we start to get areas like this where we get artifacting. So you kind of have to balance that out. So it doesn't solve every problem, but it does fill in those little gaps that you might not notice. So now I'm going to go through, fill these areas. And you can see here, these gaps are just too big. So I'm just going to do a little bit of line work in the same color on my color layer and fill these in. Just brush over any bits that aren't 100% working. Okay, so now we've got the eyes filled in, but I do think we could color in the background face as well. The problem is that this is on a background layer, and that means we can't make a color layer below it. There are a few ways around this, but the simplest way is just to color it in on the same layer that the line works on. This works exactly the same way as what we've done already, but there is one extra step that I think could be useful here. So I'm going to choose kind of a greeny color, warm green, say okay. I'm going to turn down my gaps closing because I think it's going to create a lot of artifacting, and I'll just fill in this. So when I've done that, see how it's kind of like crossed over these lines and I've lost this line work and it looks kind of gross? I don't want to do that. I want to see the line work really clearly as though this color is in a layer below it. So I'll undo that, and I just need to change one setting. The default is called fills in front, and that means it kind of like paints over the top of everything. But what I want to do is go fills behind. Now, when I do that, I don't lose all this line work. So if I press play now, you're going to notice another little error. See how it leaves those big areas where the eyes were? That's because it's referencing the eyes above it as well. So if I turn off the opacity of the eyes, I can now fill in these gaps really easily. But while I'm at it, I'll do the hair. If you ever want to select the same color you've already chosen, you can use the eyedropper tool here. Then you can click on the color you want, and then it will select that color. So I'll just select that color so I can fill in this little gap. And now, when I press play, we've got a fully colored image. So I think this is a really good starting point to get to. The rest of the lesson, I'm going to show you a couple of extra little tricks that could help your workflow for this project and future projects as you expand your skills. So let me export this, and then we'll jump into that in a second. This time, I'll export it as a QuickTime or MP4 file. These are easier to share on social media. So if you've exported your animation already, you might have noticed that the video file is really short. You'll press play and then the video file will just close automatically, unless you've got a looping function. But honestly, that's a little bit annoying if you want to share your animation on social media or share it with friends or anything like that. And the reason for that is that our file is only about 1 second long right now. So I want to extend this animation. I could copy and paste this animation so it loops over and over and over again, but that could be a little bit tedious. So what I want to do is start using the make cycle button, and that will let us extend the entire length of our animation, but we don't need to copy and paste all of our animation over and over again. So let's go and add drawing, add after. So I'm just working on just the right eye for now. You can see here it's added an empty frame. And now I'll press make cycle. You can see here that it's highlighted my frame in blue, and it's got the previous frames outlined in a blue frame as well. All of the settings for our cycle are in the tool options area just here. And the most important part of this area is the repeats previous slider here. So you can see as I change this number here, it changes this outline. So what it's doing is showing you which of these frames it's going to loop for you. I want to go all the way back to the start of the animation, so I'll make it on 7 for me. It might be a different number for you. And then for this frame here, you can see that it's colored in blue here. I actually want to make that really long. So I might make that, let's make it 100 frames. Now you can see that timeline has got really long, and it's full of these little chunks. Each of these chunks is a cycle of animation. So if I press play now, you can see just the right eye has this nice loop that keeps going and going and going. So I need to do that for each of the layers, but this is a lot quicker than trying to copy and paste each of these frames. And the other reason it's really useful is because if I make a little change to this frame here, it will happen on all of my loops. So if I ever want to edit things, it's a lot quicker to do it in this cycle function. So I'll just do that process for each of these layers. If you're in a situation where you make this number here larger than the frames that come before it, so for example, if I make this 8, you'll notice that the cycle breaks and it displays all as red. And that just means that the program doesn't know where to draw these frames from anymore. Okay, so I'll zoom out, and now we have this blink that goes for a long time. And if I export this file, it's going to be much longer and much easier to watch than it was before. The cycle function actually has an extra element that I won't be able to use in my animation because we've got a static animation. But if you're doing a walk cycle or something like that, you can use the X offset, Y offset, or the scale offset to start transforming it each cycle. So For an example, I can just say I want to offset it by 9 pixels in the x-axis every cycle. And now, every time it cycles, it's going to move the eye over just a little bit. Obviously,
Why?
we don't want to do that in this animation, but it can be really useful to know that you can do that in the program. I'm going to undo that, and now we've got our blinky guy all ready to export. But I want to have a look at a few other things we can do here. So a really fun thing we can start playing with is importing designs and illustrations we might have done in other apps like Procreate or Photoshop. Before we do that though, I just want to make a new layer for this image to sit on. So I'll say modify layer, add empty layer. I'll drag it to the bottom of my layers, and I'll say file, import images. Now I've got a background image that I've painted already, and you can see here it's not quite the right size or placed in just where I want it. So I'll use the handles on the edge of the frame just to scale it and move it where I want it. Okay, that's lined up pretty good. I'm going to press enter, and I'll press play now. The problem now is that this frame doesn't go to the end of the animation. So I'm just going to make sure it extends all the way. From memory, this is a 113 frame animation. Let me just check that it goes all the way to the end. Yes, you can see here it goes all the way to the end of the animation. And now I can just press play. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. Let's have a look at adding a simple camera move. The simplest camera move I could do to this animation would be to add a little bit of a zoom in, which could make it feel a bit more cinematic. If I head up to the top corner here, I can click the camera button, which will open up the camera user interface over here. And on my first frame, I'm going to say add key. So I'll use this as my starting point. Now I'll go to the end of my animation, and I'm going to say scale. I'm going to scale up a little bit. I don't want to go too far, maybe just something like this. And now I'll press enter. This time around, we don't actually need to say add key because it does it automatically when we change things. You can see at the top of the timeline, we've got this little diamond icon, which means that there's a keyframe on this frame for the camera. Now, when I press enter, we can see that we've got this really subtle camera move that affects all of our layers at the same time. But what if I want to make a more dramatic camera move? Like, what if I want to pan across this image, for example? Well, the problem is that if I go like this, I've got no image on this side. You might have seen in my background that I've actually painted all that in, but the app doesn't know how to see that at the moment. So you can see it's kind of just cropped everything out. It doesn't look right. But this is a really simple fix. What we need to do is go to File, Resize, Crop, Expand. On a tablet, you just need to click this icon and then click Resize or Crop Expand. And you might remember at the start of the lesson, we set up our files and I mentioned margins. This is where margins come into play. So you can set it up when you first make your file, or you can edit it when you're ready to make your camera moves. In this case, I want the canvas size. That's going to set our margins. And you can see here, as I make this bigger, we sort of get this white box around our picture. These are basically pixels that the app can see, but when we export them, no one else will see it. So I'm going to make this about 3,000 pixels for me. You can experiment with whatever you want. And I'm going to say, okay. Okay, so now I've got this grayed out square, and I've got my original background in here as well. When I imported it, it cropped it off. So I'm going to have to import that background again. Really quick to do, import, get my full background. Now I'm just going to line it up with my eyes again. When I'm happy, I'll press enter. Now you can see that there's this gray area with extra background around the image. So I'm going to use that as part of my camera move.
Wait,
I'll make sure my camera button is selected, and I'm going to delete these keyframes I've already done. So I'm going to make this about 3,000 pixels for me. You can experiment with whatever you want. And I'm going to say, okay. Okay, so now I've got this grayed out square, and I've got my original background in here as well. When I imported it, it cropped it off. So I'm going to have to import that background again. Really quick to do, import, get my full background. Now I'm just going to line it up with my eyes again. When I'm happy, I'll press enter. Now you can see that there's this gray area with extra background around the image. So I'm going to use that as part of my camera move. I'll make sure my camera button is selected, and I'm going to delete these keyframes I've already done. So I'll head to the frame that the keyframe's on, click on it, and say delete key. Now I'll make a new camera move. This time it's going to pan from left to right. So I'll go to my first frame, say add key, and I'll just move it over here. And now I'll go to the end of my animation, and I'll move it to the side. Now when I press play, you can see that I've got a camera move that shows all these extra pixels that weren't visible before. And of course, I can combine different parameters on this camera move. I could rotate it and translate it up and down and scale it all in the same keyframe. And it'll do some sort of wacky camera move like that. I don't think that looks very cinematic, if I'm honest. So I'm going to undo all of that and just make something that looks a little bit more cool to me. So maybe something a little bit more cinematic would be zooming out a little bit further than we did originally, and then heading to the end and then zoom in. So having all those extra pixels meant that I could zoom out further than I could before. The last thing I want to look at is some of our brush options. You can see here that the line work from my illustration and my line work from my animation are quite different. So we can do a little bit of playing with the brush options and redraw these lines in a more rough, sketchy style if we like. So I'll just quickly make a new file here just to show you how these brushes work. The normal brush is just a normal round brush, and you can change the size, which is pretty obvious. You can also change the opacity, which is how see-through it is. This makes it a little bit transparent, and the flow does something similar, but as you paint over it, it kind of adds on top of itself. We can also use the brush tool to make specific shapes. So if I select this icon here, I can select a line tool, or lots of other geometric shapes. I'm going to switch back to my normal line tool though. I don't use those settings very often, to be honest. But what I do like to do is sometimes I like to change the brush tip. So there's a more pencil-y brush here, which definitely gives us a little bit more texture to our lines. So this is pretty nice. But one issue I see when I'm using Rough Animator only in the desktop version and not the iPad version is that even if I have pressure sensitivity on, I don't see a lot of variation in any of these settings as I press harder and softer with my stylus. This is pretty weird. I think it might be a glitch, but the easiest way around this is going to the settings area here and turning down minimum brush size pressure all the way to 0. And I'll usually put the minimum brush flow pressure all the way to the top. Then I'll say done. And now we get this nice thick to thin. It does mean that I actually have to turn this setting way up. So this is a massive brush, 245 pixels, just to get a brush this thick. If you're on an iPad or an Android tablet, I think you can work at a way lower size than that to get this same brush. The other setting we can look at is smoothing, and I find that the smoothing in Rough Animator is quite severe. So I actually don't use it very much. I just keep it on about 1%, and I find that that gives me sort of a nice natural smoothing feel rather than something super digital and takes away all my detail in my strokes. This is the brush that I think looks most like the illustration that I'm trying to match. So I'm going to use this brush to do a cleanup pass of my rough animation. So now that I have this nice brush that I'm happy with, I can do a process called cleanup. Usually you do this before you do the color of your character and the camera moves and all that sort of thing. But I thought I'd leave it till now because I didn't want to get too distracted with all the brush settings. All I'm going to do is turn down the opacity of my eye, and I could do this on a brand new layer, but there's one more setting I want to show you. In Modify Layers, I can duplicate layer timing to blank drawings. If I click this button here, it will create a new layer that has a series of empty drawings that all match the exact timing of the layer I duplicated. This is really useful when you're doing cleanup and color. They also have all of these loops already built in. I'm going to quickly rename this so I don't get confused, and I'll turn up the opacity to 100%. Now I'll just draw in a nice inky version of my rough animation. I usually like animations that have a bit more hand-done texture, but if you like super clean animation, you need to be much more precise with this cleanup pass. Now I'll turn down my rough layer all the way to 0. So now you can see my cleanup layer is way more inky and textural, and the one on the right is more sort of clean and digital, like what we started with our rough. This is completely personal preference, and you can decide how best to clean up your own work. But I think for my background, this matches the style a little bit better. If you ever change your line work like this, you'll probably find that you might need to adjust your color a little bit as well because your line works change subtly. So this is why you wouldn't normally do a cleanup pass after you've done your color version. And here's my final animation. It's only a few drawings, but I think it looks pretty cool. And more importantly, now you know how to use Rough Animator. So you might be looking for some ways to practice your new animation skills, and I have just the video for that. I'll link it here. And if you wanted to check out any of the more in-depth classes I run, I'll put a link for that in the description below as well. Thanks so much for being here.
All right, with that said, I'm pretty much done at this point. We was going to do the V2 model, but we'll probably do that tomorrow. So what we're going to do is we're going to knock out the Rudo drawing tomorrow, the sketch of Rudo, and then once that's done, we're going to go finish the V2 model. After we're done doing the V2 model, we'll come back and do more exercises on animation. So with that said, have a great night, guys. I do appreciate every last one who came in. We did a pretty good job today. I was not really planning to do Sonic, but I think it was much easier. It's very expressive and very easy to see. So with that said, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you for coming in and all that great stuff. Keep safe, keep trying, keep practicing, and all that great stuff. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Now, for those who don't know, I'm usually on around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if that's something that's important to you, it's 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So whatever time zone you're in, put that in the Google and you can figure all that out. It's pretty simple. So yeah, so I'm gonna jump out of here. I'm gonna go post my video and then go and relax and whatever. So yeah. All right, I'm out. Have a great night, guys. Thank you. I'm out. Bye bye.